been a very important market for Boeing and Airbus, and then it'll start to expand into that developing world around China. Boeing and Airbus, I think, would really like to get, you know, they'd like to build at the highest rates possible, build their cash flows, and come out with successor products in the 2030s and 40s that stay ahead of the Chinese and keep them from taking significant market share. But again, going back to your initial question, it's still a two-airplane builder world. We don't see Embraer really getting into this business right now, the narrow body, the larger commercial aircraft game. So it's really still a two manufacturer business, and investors know that. And I think that's what what's leading to some of the action today.
Well, I can see the fleet aging right before my eyes. I flew back from Charleston last week. Alex Steele and I did, and the 737 still had like the old card reader to get a TV show. I mean that's like 20-year-old technology.
Very archaic.
So I told, I blame George for all that. He's got to get these people back to work. George Ferguson, thanks so much for joining us there. George Ferguson, Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst. He's our go-to person on all things as it relates to aerospace and airlines. He's at Bloomberg Intelligence down in Princeton. But it just seems like, you think about it, I can just see all the stuff coming into the Boeing factory to make the plane and just sitting there and piling up, and because the line, the construction line, the manufacturing line's not running. So,
and I wonder how many people are still looking at what plane they're taking for flights. As you remember, months back, things were falling apart, and people were apprehensive. They were nervous about getting on Boeing planes. So I'm curious how many people are still shopping around when it comes to flights there.
I never did that. And I always felt like you did.
Guilty as charged.
Okay, because I feel like the 737 MAX is now the safest plane of all time because it's gone through so much testing and review. But I don't know. I mean,
what can you do?
Yeah, any of the U.S. airlines or the Western airlines, generally speaking, the safety is what it is. I think we feel pretty good about that.
Right.
It's safer flying than crossing Lexington Avenue as I go to get my subway today. That's for sure. Looking at the markets here, kind of got this sell-off here. Nothing to write home about. The Nasdaq is off about 0.5%. S&P is off about 0.6%. And as Abigail Doolittle was pointing out, we're really seeing the weakness today in the stock market is in the small cap stocks, off 1.5%. The Russell 2000. So we can keep an eye on that. The VIX out of full stick, as Tom Keene would say, 19.22 on your VIX. We'll call that after Tom. I think he's back in the seat tomorrow. 10-year Treasury yields 4.16%, up 8 basis points here on the 10-year. So we keep an eye on that. Bitcoin for Matt Miller, it is down 2.5%, 67,000. We were touching just at 70,000 earlier in the session. So we will keep an eye on that. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lows of the morning now. Stocks taking a breather after a rally that drove the market to its longest weekly run this year. Friday, we had a record. Traders gearing up for key earnings reports this week from Boeing, Tesla, and UPS. Right now, the S&P is down 35 points, drop there of 0.6%. The Dow in the red down 354 now, decline of 0.8%. And NASDAQ pulling back as well, down 97 now, a decline of 0.5%. 10-year 4.16%, the 2-year 4.01%. Gold down 0.1%, 27.17 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude rallying this Monday by 1%, 69.91 a barrel. After 4 months of waging a public battle with activist investor Elliott Investment Management, low-cost pioneer Southwest Airlines may finally be heading toward a truce. Sources tell Bloomberg the two sides have been discussing a potential settlement that would avoid a proxy fight for control of the airline's board. Southwest today, though, trading lower by 2.4%. Elsewhere in the airline industry, Spirit Airlines surging now by 60%. The stock rallying after the struggling carrier reached an agreement with U.S. Bank National Association, extending a key deadline to restructure debt. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming live on YouTube as well, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Live Radio. Our next guest has been traveling all over the place, Dubai, Berlin, so we're going to get some fresh color about what's going on in global Wall Street. Ann Berry joins us. She is the founder and managing partner of Threadneedle, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Dubai, a bunch of technology people. What were you doing in Dubai?
Well, it was the world's biggest tech and investor startup conference. Unbelievable scale, 6,500 companies, 200,000 tech executives, and really leading a lot of the conversations around AI. Is it hype? Where are we in terms of cybersecurity and applications of AI? So, Paul, it was just a really interesting way of seeing where the energy around tech is going, and more specifically in the rest of the world, not just US entrepreneurs, but really getting a sense, what's the Middle East doing, what's Asia doing, and how is policy and government action meeting the private sector?
Sticking with tech, your focus on the private side, I know you mentioned, and recently invested in a software business that's focused on streamlined contractor assessments when they come to your house to put in new HVAC systems. What are you seeing there? Can you talk a bit more about that?
Sure. Well, Nora, I look at the tech sector a lot and talk about stocks a lot here at Bloomberg, and I've recently been getting worried with the rallies that if I thought that it was getting a little thin in terms of the air out there valuation-wise, it's even more the case over the last couple of weeks. And so I've been looking a lot more at these sort of niche software as service businesses where people like the ServiceNows of the world, which is a terrific company, but extremely expensive if you look at the multiples on that business right now, where that could be the acquirer of choice as it looks to roll up some of these niche businesses. So that's the kind of place I'm looking at. HVAC, I'm a believer there's a big CapEx replacement cycle coming as global warming continues. And those kinds of businesses, I think, will win over the long term.
So, Ann, at this tech conference in Dubai, talk to us about kind of the discussion around regulation, because, just historically, the last 50 years, the U.S. has held a relatively light touch on regulating the tech industry, and one could say that was maybe the reason why Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley. You can't say that about Europe, broadly defined. How do they think about the next wave of technology? Do the Europeans, or maybe other parts of the world, Asia, do they think differently about regulatory control?
I think quite differently. I think there's a core part of commonality, though, and I think the core part of commonality is looking at how technology is going to impact national security. I think if you look at that specific point, the US, Europe, the Middle East, Asia are all aligned, which is trying to make sure that tech flourishes but doesn't pose as much of the risk that we fear when it comes to national security. That being said, you're right, the EU has been leaning in terms of AI regulation. What I saw in the United Arab Emirates and what I've seen in Singapore too, actually, is quite different. And it's less about regulation, it's more about government partnership with the private sector. In both of those nations, there's a really concerted effort by government agencies to spend their money with startups and to take the risk on businesses that otherwise don't yet necessarily have the credibility or the track record to win those government contracts of their own volition. And they're leaning in to try and take them. They will take some of the tech risk, but will enable them to flourish as a result. That I haven't seen quite so much in the US.
Right.
How are you thinking about energy and secular consumer growth? What's the play there? I mean, let's talk Southeast Asia.
Well, Southeast Asia I find really fascinating, and this really goes back, Nora, to some time I spent in Singapore, in Taiwan, and in Korea towards the end of last year. And there's been a secular shift in those nations where the middle class is rising and rising. You know, we've talked so much about the rise of the Chinese middle class consumer over the last 20 years. If you now look at these other Asian markets, you're seeing that happening with aplomb as well. And one of the key things that's so fascinating there is this particular demographic is really hungry for homegrown brands. And they're really hungry for homegrown travel and homegrown experiences. And so that, I think, is a little bit different, where you saw the Chinese consumer hungry for Western brands, right? So I think that shift for local and that shift for regional is a little bit different and provides opportunity.
I know you invest both in public securities and private securities. One could argue that public valuations are maybe too expensive for some people, so they're trying to look for opportunities in private. How do you think about valuations in public versus private, particularly in the tech sector?
I do think that the public market at this point is frothy. I think it's been that way for a while. I think there are some really specific companies that have got great secular tailwinds. I think those are interesting places for tech. But this rising tide has lifted all tech ships, has been quite worrying to me for a while. When I look at the private sector, whether it's in tech or it's sort of tech adjacent, industries trying to adopt tech more quickly than before, I've been a long time private investor, and we haven't seen the pace specifically of private equity activity. I think come back.
We ask a startup how they're going to grow, how they're going to get users, and they look at us like it's the first time they've ever heard that question. Bad sign. So some sensible idea to try here first. Paul Buchheit once spent a bunch of time looking, one of the YC partners, spent a bunch of time looking at the traits of our best founders and tried to distill down what they were. And he came up with frugality, focus, obsession, and love. I think that is really good. I don't have much to add. But I think these are things that you should be able to say about what you're doing and you as a founder. And finally, I want to talk about why startups get to beat big companies. There are lots of reasons. I'm going to talk about a few common ones here. I think these trends are valuable enough that as you evaluate startup ideas you might do, it's worth thinking about if you fit into these. Because it's really hard for startups to beat big companies most of the time. And here are some areas where we see it happening repeatedly. So I think one difference is if you are a product manager at a big company and you want to do something that sounds like a bad idea but is a good idea, you have to get everybody from your boss, sometimes all the way up to the CEO, to say yes. So one no can kill you. If you're a startup, you can go to YC Demo Day. Any number of the thousands of investors can say yes, and you get to have a crack at it. So it's a very different mindset. And for those ideas that sound bad but are good, because of this phenomenon, this one no versus one yes, startups can win. In fact, startups usually do beat big companies in that category of ideas. So look for ideas that sound bad but are good, and where you are much more likely to get one yes than someone at a big company is to get all yeses. Another area where startups usually beat big companies are in very fast-changing markets. Startups' great advantage is in agility and speed. The more a market is changing, the higher the number of decisions you get to make, and the higher number of tweaks to your product and your strategy you get to make. And you want to optimize the number of those decisions that someone has to make to compete with you, because a big company will make them on average worse and certainly much slower than you do. So the speed of market evolution gives you a lot more chances to compound your advantage over a big company. And then finally, startups usually win on big platform shifts. Many people have observed that startups come in these clusters. Those clusters usually come after a big platform shift. We'll stick with the iPhone example here. After mobile apps became a thing, many new companies got started that are now quite valuable. And one of the reasons here is, most large companies work on sort of an annual cadence at least. And when there's a huge platform shift, they are not good at making a big enough strategic pivot. The battleship just turns too slowly. Whereas a startup can say, wow, woke up this morning, the world is fundamentally different than it was 6 months ago. We're going to go all in on this new direction. And so that's a way that startups usually win, or that's an area where startups usually win. There are many others, but thinking about these three, I think, is directionally a good thing to do.
Bias of coming back from this sort of global tour. I do like businesses that have got really international exposure to some of those markets we've talked about, that high growth parts of the Middle East and Asia, but I do like them where they've got the US halo of quality and transparency and visibility around them. So two areas where I've tried to lean into. One's a little bit more controversial, UPS. I like logistics businesses. We've been in a freight recession. I did buy FedEx on that 15% dip that we saw. And I think UPS, it's one of the world's biggest logistics companies. It does have exposure to a Chinese recovery. It's going through its restructuring. I like that global exposure. And I hope at least that we've come to a bit of a stabilization in the decline of the domestic business we've seen with Amazon compression. It took up the United States Postal Office. The other one I would say, back, Nora, to your question earlier around what am I seeing in terms of different consumer patterns, one thing that is consistent globally about the consumer is they're looking for experiences. They really are leaning into spending more and more on experiences, disproportionately more so than stuff. And so a company that I like that's leaning into this is Hilton. Hilton, I think, has got some valuation upside. It's an asset-light business. The Street's upgraded some of its price outlooks. What I like about Hilton is they've really gotten the message on the rise on some of these markets, like Bahrain, for example, like other parts of Asia. And 165 properties opened under the banner in Q2. More is coming. We'll see the full run rate effect of that in 2025. And again, those regional middle-class consumers are hungry to stay at quality properties, and they want to do it locally.
And thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Love getting your global view and coming back from some of your recent travels. Ann Barry, she's a founder and managing partner at Threadneedle, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Looking at the markets, kind of rolling over here, hitting some of the intraday lows here. The S&P 500 off 38 points. That's about 0.6%. The NASDAQ off about 90 points. That's a 0.5%. And again, the small cappers taking it on the chin today. The Russell 2000, that's off 37 points, 1.65%. So a little bit of a risk off here. We got a lot of earnings coming up this week. 20% of the S&P 500 reports this week, so strap in for that. Looking at the yield curve, 10-year Treasury, 4.16%. We're up at about 8 basis points there. Looking at WTI crude oil, Alex is out, so that means oil is up 1.5%. We're just over $70 a barrel, but some of that risk premium that we've seen in global oil has come out over the last 4 to 5 days. Gold higher yet again, new intraday all-time high. And Bitcoin, we'll call that out for Tom Keene, off 2.6%. So we'll take a look at that. Coming up, we're going to check in with Chris Gadomski. He is BNEF. He's a lead nuclear analyst. We're talking about nuclear power, the promise of fusion, small modular reactors, and investment trends there. I think you got to go nuclear.
Lots to get into.
I mean, I was a kid in boarding school when 3 Mile Island blew up. And a lot of parents came in. A lot of the parents came in and whisked their kids away from
what a time.
Central New Jersey.
Insane.
State. I'm like, it's New Jersey. We're used to worse than this. We'll have some more. Coming up, this is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. They're all in the red right now. S&P down 32, retreating from last week's record. Right now, the S&P is at 58.31, down 0.6%. The Dow down 360, a drop there of 0.8%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.4%. The NASDAQ 100 Index also down by just about 0.4%. But small cap shares are being hit particularly hard today, with the Russell 2000 Index now lower by 1.6%. 10-year, 4.16%. The 2-year, 4.02%. Gold up $1 the ounce, 27.22, up less than 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil now rallying 1.4%, 70.20 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, stocks taking a breather. S&P very close to session low. This week's U.S. economic agenda features the Federal Reserve's Regional Economic Survey, the Beige Book. And with a look ahead, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Bloomberg Economics says the horrendous effects of hurricanes and flooding on the U.S. South will stamp a footprint on the Fed's economic report. For elsewhere, the Beige Book could echo recent gains in Commerce Department data on retail sales, strength across the board. We'll get the Beige Book on Wednesday. Longer term, there's a major threat to the U.S. outlook. Treasury Department data show the federal budget deficit for fiscal 2024 is the widest since the pandemic years. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
The activist investor Starboard Value has built a stake in consumer products. Company Kenvue seeking changes that would boost the Tylenol maker's stock price. That, according to the Wall Street Journal, Kenvue shares they are advancing today by 6.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda, she's sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. NEF, we love our folks at Bloomberg NEF because they are the team within Bloomberg that tracks and analyzes the energy transition. So they are our go-to folks here. Chris Gadomski joins us here, lead nuclear analyst for BNEF. Hey, Chris, talk to us about nuclear here, because I'm seeing your first note here blew me away. For the first time since 2007, there are no nuclear reactors under construction in the U.S. Wow. Talk to us about where we are with that technology, because I feel like it's got to be part of the transition somehow.
You know, think about a football team or a basketball team, and you're sitting your best player on the bench. There's a lot of issues with regards to nuclear energy, but it is a very, very robust technology that can provide the 24/7 type of baseload power that many customers are looking for and interested in having. We are, for the first time since 2007, without a reactor under construction, which is very, very discouraging, especially in the context of the fact that China has got something like 27, 28 reactors under construction, and Russia is building 22 or 23 reactors around the world in 6 different countries. So what has happened to the U.S. nuclear industry? We've kind of dropped the ball on large reactor construction. And there's a lot of hope and a lot of cheerleading that some of these advanced reactors are being developed by a whole slew of companies will carry the day and provide an alternative nuclear solution.
Talk us through just how long it takes to license and build a lot of these larger reactors.
So the AP1000 that was built in Vogtle at a cost of $34 billion, it took about 15 years to license and build, and that's quite a long period of time. What utility executive is going to look around and says, listen, let me grab another one of these and spend that type of cash and wait that long, especially since the new technologies, intermittent renewables, are coming on, and they provide an alternatives, and there's a lot of change in the utility industry, in the electric power industry, and hence it becomes a pretty risky proposition to place a bet billions of dollars for a technology that's not going to come and return investment for several different years. And there's several examples, not only in the U.S., but also in Europe, where this is going on.
How about some of these smaller modular reactors that we hear about? That kind of seems like a reasonable solution to me. I don't have to build this monster, generator. I can do something smaller for maybe, much lower cost, presumably. Cheaper, all that kind of stuff.
Well, the question is that we anticipate that those reactors may be more expensive on a per kilowatt basis, but the risk that they present to a utility executive deciding to invest in this technology is less. You can build them sequentially so that you get a cash flow after the first one is up and running, and then you're building the second one as opposed to waiting the many years to get that. We anticipate that licensing and building an SMR will take about 5 to 6 years, 2 years in the licensing process and 3 or 4 years optimistically for construction. We don't anticipate any of these advanced reactors coming online in North America until 2030.
How does this compare internationally?
Well, the U.S. is a leader in the development of advanced reactors and SMRs. There's only 2 SMRs that operate around the world, one in China, one in Russia, and only 2 under construction, one in China and one in allegedly in Russia. They're supposed to break ground soon. We have a very interesting development in Wyoming with TerraPower developing or replacing a coal plant with an advanced reactor, which is very, very exciting. But they have not received a construction permit for that reactor yet, and they're still doing preliminary work. And we anticipate that coming online, around the 2030s.
What's the feeling within the halls of Congress about this power source? Is there any support for nuclear power, or is it ideologically divided, or where are we on this?
It's certainly changing from being very, very questioning and very, very nervous about it to being more accepting of the technology, because they realize the certain advantages of nuclear power. I live in a solar-powered house in California. I get all of my electricity from solar energy. But when you think about powering a large city or so, you need something more than just intermittent renewables. Renewables are a very good solution for part of the problem, but they're not a solution for the entire problem. So to displace some of the fossil fuel that we see being used now, we need to have a clean, carbon-free source of nuclear power. SMRs have greater flexibility, easier to bring online, and hopefully they'll have a role to play in the future.
Well, let's talk about AI. We think about data centers and the demands there. And when we think about nuclear supplying these data centers, I know you mentioned that this should be pretty much a post-2030 phenomenon, apart from the revival of 3 Mile Island by 2028. Can you talk a bit more about that?
Yes, there are several studies that suggest that there's a tremendous demand growth for nuclear power between now and 2030. There is some questionings, will that growth continue after 2030, or will it plateau for a while? I wish I could say that there'll be a solution from the advanced nuclear community before 2030, but if it is, it's just going to be first of a kind, 1 or 2 reactors. And the challenge is developing a supply chain that can deliver a fleet of these advanced reactors to really respond to the growing demand for electricity from the data centers.
Hi, Chris. Thank you so much for joining us. Chris Gadomski, he is the lead nuclear analyst for BNEF. BNF, they are the team within Bloomberg that tracks and analyzes the energy transition. They do great work. They have extraordinary data, a lot of proprietary data for the BNEF folks as well. And speaking of energy, looking at WTI crude oil, we are higher today by about 1.5%. WTI crude oil, $70.26. Brent crude up 1.2%, just under $74 per barrel. So, and all that's per barrel for the WTI as well. So, a little bit of stabilization in global oil prices, because we did have that risk premium put into the global energy space really over the last couple of weeks as Israel stepped up its attacks in the Middle East. So, we're seeing some of that risk premium come down. Coming up, we're going to speak with Jeffrey Flynn, Bloomberg Intelligence North American life insurance analyst. MetLife is said to be in talks to buy PineBridge's non-Chinese assets, so a little bit of a M&A trade there in the insurance business. So we'll check in with Jeff Flynn. He covers that business. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Norm Melinda sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. We're waiting to check in with Jeffrey Flynn. He covers the insurance business for Bloomberg Intelligence. We got a little bit of an M&A trade here that crossing the tape here today. MetLife, the insurer, is said to be in talks to buy PineBridge non-China assets. So let's go right to Jeffrey Flynn right now. Again, Bloomberg Intelligence, North American life insurance analyst. So Jeff, I'm familiar with MetLife. They got a sign on the building in Park Avenue. I get that.
Yep.
Who is PineBridge and what is MetLife thinking about buying here?
Yeah, so it's definitely pretty.
Nope, that's not going to work. All right. Jeff, we'll have to wait for him to get the new technology that allows you to do it. But I'm just looking at the Bloomberg News reporting here. U.S. insurer MetLife is in advanced talks to buy PineBridge Investments assets outside of China. And that's people familiar with the matter said, in a deal that could be valued at $1 billion to $1.5 billion. The talks are exclusive for assets under management amounting to about $100 billion.
That's a big number there.
The people said, yep, asking not to identify because the matter is private. PineBridge is majority owned by Hong Kong billionaire Richard Lee's holding company Pacific Century Group. I got it, okay. So they've got some assets in China. Those aren't for sale. The assets outside of China potentially are for sale, and MetLife looks like they might have an opportunity to bid on those things. So apparently it was pretty interesting. PCG bought PineBridge from American International Group for $500 million in 2010 as the insurer was selling assets to repay a government bailout. Charlie and I remember those days, AIG was doing that. Sorry, let's see if we can get Jeff Flynn back from Bloomberg Intelligence. Hey, Jeff, just give us a sense here. What is MetLife doing here? What's their strategy?
Yeah, well, I think it's basically, I think they've wanted to get a little, asset management is not a big business for them. They obviously manage their general account, which is about, $600 billion. But they've been looking to increase their client assets where they're actually managing assets for other people. And so this would be a big boost to that. It's now about $100 billion. This would essentially add about another $100 billion in AUM. I'm sorry, they have about $200 billion now in client assets. This additional $100 billion would increase that by about 50%. So they're really just looking to get a little bit bigger on their the client side of their asset management business. Now they don't. This is more of a longer-term play for them. It's not a big earnings contributor for them, but I think it could be over time. But one of the things that's very interesting about this, Paul, and I think you might have alluded to it, is that this I think this is a really good cultural fit for MetLife. Because PineBridge was sort of part of AIG going back about a decade and was sort of their asset management business. So the client bases will line up in terms of there's a lot of pension account money, that sort of thing. It's also AIG has kind of a legacy in Asia that was very strong. So PineBridge, I was noticing, has quite a few of offices in the Asia region, and I think MetLife is sort of looking at this as a play to sort of accelerate their asset management business into Asia. They're not getting the China assets, but even still, it will significantly boost their exposure to a number of offices in that region. And MetLife Asset Management is currently mostly domestic in terms of office location. So I think it's a good cultural fit for them.
So what does this signal not just for the insurance sector, but also broader M&A activity?
Yeah, I think that it's interesting. I think that this is a little bit more company. I think this one is a little more company specific. I think that we're going to continue to see some deals in the life space bolt-ons like this, sort of where they're getting some targeted capabilities. We really haven't seen a lot of large-scale M&A in life insurance, so I think we'll continue to see reinsurance deals, targeted deals in group benefits, targeted deals in 401k consolidation. But I think I think that the group in general, there's really a bias towards deploying assets into profits into dividends and into share buybacks. So there really has to be a really important driver that sort of gets the companies to do this, or sort of engage in M&A. So I think we'll see some activity, but I think this is more of a company specific deal that makes sense for MetLife. One thing I'd also add is that MetLife is in the process of winding down their legacy sort of holdings assets that were sort of higher risk assets from a couple decades ago. And what's kind of interesting is asset management is not a reportable business for them right now. I wouldn't surprise me if that over the next year or two, as they wind down sort of the legacy holdings business, they start to break out asset management into its own business. And this certainly, puts them on a good track for that, because they really doubled the size of the client, or increased the client asset size by a lot on this one. And this will tend to incrementally boost their ROE. They've really been a good ROE story MetLife has. It's they're pushing up over a little bit over 15% now, and I think there's some optimism to go towards 16 or 17. And the growing asset management will tend to help that, since it's a capital light business.
Hey, Jeff, thanks so much for joining us there. We appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Jeffrey Flynn, he's the North American life insurance analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down in Princeton. I think Charlie would agree with me. While the MetLife sign on that building on Park Avenue, it's always a Park Avenue. It's the Pan Am building.
Pan Am, or the other answer is the RCA building.
Oh, that's going way back.
But that's
Yes.
the other. Well, that's
Yep, okay.
NBC headquartered there.
Yep.
But I'm with
Right.
you on Pan Am. But that's neither here nor there.
It's the Pan Am building, so we got good stuff there. All right, Nora, thank you so much. Appreciate you sitting in for Alex today. Appreciate that. Thank you. Coming up, a balance of power with Joe Matthew. They're down in Washington, D.C., so that is absolutely in the thick of it as we get to 15 days before this election. Balance of power, Joe Matthew, Washington, D.C., must watch, must listen. That's coming up right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
15 days. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as we close in on the final 2 weeks of the campaign with the latest polling reaffirming this race is a tie. Coming up this hour, we'll bring you to the swing state of North Carolina, where Donald Trump is today. Insights from Michael Bitzer from Catawba College. We'll hear as well from Bloomberg White House reporter Josh Wingrove with a deep dive on what will happen in these remaining couple of weeks. And we'll have analysis from our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the hour. And we start, as always, with the baseline on Wall Street, the Monday trade with Charlie Pellet in New York. Charlie, how's it look?
Hey, thank you very much. A lot of red right now. That's the way it's looking after last week's record. 6 weeks of gains in a row today. A pullback. Joe Matthew down 22. We begin the week right now with the S&P down about 0.4%. The Dow slumping roughly 300 points at midday in New York, down by about 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 23 right now for NASDAQ. That is a drop of just about 0.1%. Bottom line, red on the screen here, the 10-year 4.16% with the 2-year checking in at 4.02%. Gold now slumping $93 the ounce, 27.20. Little change there, down less than 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil back above 70 a barrel, 70.55 right now, up by about 1.9%. Stocks are taking a breather after notching their longest weekly rally this year. Traders gearing up for key earnings reports this week from Boeing, Tesla, and UPS. Well, just about 2 weeks to go until the November election. Janet Rilling is Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring Global Investments, and she was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
I do think that heading into the election here, volatility will stay elevated, and that's part of why we've positioned our portfolios with a lot of flexibility in them. It's hard to predict the outcome of the election, even if you get the candidate right. Hard to know if their policies are going to be implemented. So having a flexible portfolio where you can respond to whatever the outcome is, I think is a good way to go into the election.
Janet Rilling of Allspring Global Investments. Boeing shares are rallying today. We've got Boeing up now by 3.1%. Boeing and the union, representing 33,000 striking members, did hammer out a tentative new accord that notches up pay by about 35% over 4 years. Boeing, of course, reports on Wednesday. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Welcome to the Monday edition. It does feel a bit like a Monday, doesn't it? Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube. It's all right. We'll clear out the cobwebs together here because we have a lot to talk about after a truly wild weekend on the campaign trail. And that continues today. Donald Trump in Greenville, North Carolina. We're going to bring you to North Carolina in a moment. Kamala Harris with events throughout Pennsylvania, Malvern, on to Birmingham, Michigan, Brookfield, Wisconsin. We're serious about these swing states. Tim Walz on The View this morning. Did you see him talking to Whoopi Goldberg? That, I'm guessing, will make some news a little bit later on. He's going to be taking part in a reception this evening on his big visit to New York and doing the Daily Show later. Over the weekend, though, boy, what am I not supposed to talk about today? I think is my deliberation. Not to talk about Donald Trump using expletives to describe the vice president, or the former president's describing of Arnold Palmer in the shower, Maybe the fact that they closed the McDonald's that he appeared at for the photo op yesterday. They did have to rehearse that whole thing, as apparently the customers were screened by Secret Service. Or we can look forward on what will happen in the next 15 days. That is what Josh Wingrove is talking about. Harris-Trump scrapped for few undecided voters as race tightens. My favorite line in the story refers to this as a jump ball election, and that's where we start our conversation with the great Josh Wingrove, Bloomberg White House reporter with us at the table. It's been far too long. Good to see you.
Happy to be here.
If this is a jump ball, then the campaign that scores last wins.
Yeah.
How do you score last? Is it who lands the last big interview? Who says the most outrageous thing? This is tied, Josh.
Well, if you're Harris, you think you do it by peeling off just a little bit of a few groups, like Republicans, for instance, which is why she's touring the 3 blue wall states with Liz Cheney today, and other groups, including whether young voters will turn out, whether they can sort of run up the score with women, whether they can stop some bleeding among Black and Latino voters, Black men in particular.
Yep.
All of that is across the board. One thing, though, in this story, I was with her last week in the blue wall. Today is, I believe, the 8th or 9th day in a row she's setting foot in one of those 3 states. So I think, you know, if you go by where her feet are, they're seeing their path run through Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And the governors there are striking an upbeat tone. Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania told me flatly Harris will win the state. If she does, I think there's a very good chance she wins the presidency. Sure. Others, of course, less sure. The polls are pretty mixed. To a lesser extent, Governor Evers of Wisconsin, Governor Whitmer of Michigan, signaling kind of similar optimism. Whitmer saying she'd rather have Democrats' hand than the Republicans' hand. So
they're supposed to say that, though, right?
They are, but they haven't necessarily been. Shapiro has been less upbeat. So I guess that jumped out to me. I don't know. I don't know whether I was expecting dour faces and clouds over the skies, but it looks like Democrats are, I suppose there's 2 ways of looking at it. You could say that they are trying to shore up an inside lane. These are usually blue states. Trump won them in 16, but Biden won them in 20. They all have Democratic governors. Or you could say, gee, it looks like she's playing defense here in the last couple of weeks.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it is an odd scenario to have 2 kind of wide open weeks with no debate. Normally we'd be having a debate around the end of this week or next. So what's the culminating event, or does this campaign kind of fizzle out, knowing a lot of people have already started voting?
That's right. And I think we're seeing that in modern elections, so much of this is just a turnout game and a online data
Back to the
engagement
jump ball.
train. That's right.
It's a jump ball in turnout.
So Harris is going to do her town hall, which was nominally supposed to be a debate at one point.
This is on CNN this week.
This week, so we'll be watching that, of course, very closely. And Trump has announced, for instance, other events, including Madison Square Garden and a big shindig
so what do you
in
make
New
of
York.
that, by the way? Is there some logic to it? It's going to be big pictures. Look, he's like Led Zeppelin up there on stage at Madison Square Garden. Or is it a true waste of time, knowing that he's not likely to win New York?
Well, anything that makes your candidate happy is not necessarily.
Is that all this is?
No, he wants to show momentum. I don't think that they are genuinely pledging that they're going to be particularly competitive in New York, but the New York House races are competitive and could well determine, of course, control of that chamber. Governor Hochul was herself in the blue wall states, which is a bit of a funny scenario last week, campaigning for Kamala Harris and saying that they are working to try to deliver those swing seats, because they don't really have much say in the presidential race. So I think New York is safe. I don't think it's really a play there, but there are a lot of House races that are, unclear right now, including in New Jersey as well. So we'll be watching for that. This is trite, Joe. Every time we get asked, who's going to win? What's it going to be? Give me something. And I wish I had more to give, but genuinely, almost everyone you ask on both sides is like, it's just so close right now.
It's remarkable.
4 years ago, the Biden people felt pretty strongly. They were up in every poll. They felt pretty strongly. This time around, it's just close.
Not only within the margin, but literally tied in the case of some polls here. Josh, great to see you. Josh Wingrove, the story on the terminal and online. Nice to see Clark Kent in person every now and then here on the program. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you're with us here. As we pick our way through the swing states, we're going to be doing this a lot over the next 2 weeks. And as we talk about North Carolina today, Donald Trump is there, as I mentioned, and that new Washington Post poll that you might have seen this morning finds Donald Trump in the lead in North Carolina. As we get into a thinner slice here, just looking at the state, 50 to 47. Again, I mean, this is within the margin pretty much anywhere you look, or awfully close when you want to call this a statistical tie. But of course, we had the matter with the lieutenant governor. I think that might be the last time we talked to Professor Bitzer. And he's back with us now. Michael Bitzer, the politics department chair and professor of politics and history at Catawba College in North Carolina. Professor, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg. Been looking forward to talking with you now that we've got a couple of weeks under our belt with regard to the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson scandal there. That put a lot of noise around North Carolina, and I wonder how you see it now with 2 weeks to go and what appears to be, at least according to the newest polling, a slight lead for Donald Trump.
Well, I think, as you indicated, it is a slight lead, but it is within the margin of error. The way that I describe North Carolina statewide elections, the margin of victory is going to be within the margin of error. And so I think the dynamic of what we have seen over the past month, certainly we started with a September surprise of the Mark Robinson allegations. We then moved into a hurricane hitting the western portion of the state. Nobody was expecting that. So I'm hopeful, but won't be surprised that we will see an October surprise, hopefully not of a magnitude of a hurricane, but we are into the final days and we're well into early voting in this state as well.
I don't know how many surprises North Carolina can take, Professor, but let me ask you about the two things you just mentioned. I'll start with the hurricane. Over the weekend, the call from people living in Asheville was, please do not forget us. Would it behoove the candidates to look back to North Carolina to find out what's going on? There was a rush to get there in a very confusing time of misinformation. What could Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, if not the actual President Joe Biden, do to help?
Well, I think certainly the dynamic of recovery and rebuilding is priority number one for those 25 counties in North Carolina. We're seeing a little bit of depressed turnout in comparison to what we would expect from 4 years ago, but that's primarily in Buncombe County, which is home to Asheville. In fact, a number of the other counties that were hard hit are actually at or slightly ahead of the state averages in terms of turnout so far. But I think that this is certainly a Republican region. It was a 61-39 Republican presidential region. Republicans need their vote to come out of this area that provides about 17% of all the statewide votes. And so certainly if campaigns are going to be focused on that, they need to help with the rebuilding effort, but they also need to focus on, are you safe in your home? Do you have your business back open? Now let's think about participating and voting in this year's election.
Yeah. Well, are people getting around? Is it possible for everyone to get to a polling site?
It is still hard in some regions of the state, particularly north of Asheville and Yancey County. I mean, the devastation in terms of the roads, a lot of mountain roads tend to run along rivers and creeks. And when those rivers and creeks flooded over, they destroyed so much of the infrastructure in western North Carolina. It's going to be a very slow rebuilding process, but people are being able to get supplies into a lot of hard-hit areas, but there may be some communities that are just simply cut off in the back hollers and valleys of the mountain region.
That's a real heartbreaker that we're not talking about enough right now. Professor, on to Mark Robinson. You mentioned the scandal. I think I brought it up first. Now that some weeks have gone by, I was looking at the Raleigh News this morning. Josh Stein has a double-digit lead over Mark Robinson. The lieutenant governor had his whole staff on the campaign quit. Has the state just moved on?
It feels like it. I think that this would be the real surprise of North Carolina's elections. If Josh Stein is able to pull anything more than a 5-point victory margin out, this would be a real landslide in North Carolina. If he's talking about potentially double digits, the effect on the ballot is what I'm going to be very interested in. North Carolina has a long history of split ticket voters, but that part of the electorate has truly collapsed to where it's typically less than 5% of the electorate. If we're talking about a major blowout at the gubernatorial level, does that have an impact at the top of the ticket and down the ballot, particularly in some very competitive Council of State, executive statewide offices?
And this is unquantifiable, right, Professor? This is what you do for a living, but there's so much noise. How could you possibly project? Yet everyone you saw over the weekend asked you who you thought was going to win the race, right?
They did, and I would take your jump ball metaphor and make it even simpler. Coin toss. Flip a coin, heads for Harris, tails for Trump. You're probably about as great of a predictive model as anything that we can put together at this point.
That is something. Of course, the polls, as I mentioned, show a slight lead in North Carolina, but statistically close. And when you add all the noise that you mentioned, it does make you wonder. When you see Donald Trump coming back down today, as I mentioned, he's in Greenville, North Carolina. Does the in-person presence, does showing up matter at this point?
Oh, I think it certainly does. I think it appeals to the base voters for each political party. They need to fight on the ground, and candidate visits like this really helps to mobilize and energize voters. I believe Walz will be here. I believe Harris will be returning as well. So this is really a state where the true battle for victory statewide is literally fought on the ground. We are completely inundated with campaign commercials, but that really doesn't move a whole lot of people. It's about energizing and mobilizing your base to show up.
Yeah, you must love watching TV right now, Professor. So let's talk about showing up. In our remaining moment, I want to look at the early voting that's happening in North Carolina because it's important. More people turned out in North Carolina to cast ballots on the first day of early voting this year than in 2020. Preliminary data shows a record 353,000 people, even more, cast ballots at more than 400 early voting sites statewide when this began Thursday. Professor, who does that favor?
I think right now it is, again, a kind of, we're not sure how to read these tea leaves because as of today, we've got over 1 million early votes cast, and the partisan registration breakdown is fairly even between registered Democrats and registered Republicans. Back 4 years ago, it was a slight Democratic advantage. So how this plays out, and particularly the increase of the unaffiliated voter in this state, yet again, we're trying to decipher the tea leaves, and I'm not sure we can read that much into it with only 4 days out of 17 days of early voting.
The unaffiliated voter, what an idea. It's like looking for Sasquatch out in the wild, Professor. Have you met any of these rare people in this campaign?
I've met registered unaffiliateds, but true registered independent voters, politically independent, they are very few in this very polarized state.
An endangered species. We'll keep our eyes out for Sasquatch with help from the professor with the bow tie. It's great to see you, Michael Bitzer. Come back and talk to us again before we actually close this thing down on Election Day. One way or the other, is it a jump ball or a flip coin? Take your pick, according to the professor. We'll have a lot more ahead on the fastest show in politics with The View from Wall Street. Abigail Doolittle will join us from New York. It's coming up on Bloomberg.
1220 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks in the red, off session lows. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining, looking at a 26-point drop right now on the S&P, down 0.4%. The Dow down 337, down 0.8%. And NASDAQ is down 31, a decline of 0.2%. 10-year 4.17%, the 2-year 4.02%. Spot gold is trading right now down, little change, down 0.1%, 27.18 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 70.75 a barrel. Walt Disney has named James Gorman as chairman of the board, says it will appoint a new CEO in early 2026. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
There it is from the voice of the New York subway and Wall Street for that matter. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power, where we always keep tabs on the markets, and more than ever lately, because the markets are moving, at least to some extent, with its eye on the election. Sometimes the election moves with its eye on the market. But there are a lot of questions about what exactly investors think, what they're worried about, what this uncertainty means for stocks. When we're close to record highs, what do we have, 46 record highs or something this year on the S&P 500? Doesn't sound like a market spooked by uncertainty and the potential for chaos and civil unrest, not to mention the competing economic proposals from Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. So we've been asking this question a lot. I know you probably get tired of me talking about it. What does Wall Street really care about? What are the markets going to do if we're not sure for a couple of days who wins? The fact is, nobody can really answer this, even though we talk around it, until maybe today we get at least the start of an answer from Bloomberg's MLive survey. This is fascinating stuff. This is a survey of you, the Bloomberg user. As I read on the terminal, optimism around U.S. equities from survey takers comes as the race between Harris and Trump comes down to the wire. You would think that would be a bad thing, but again, what are we? Abigail will tell us, 46, I think, all-time highs. There's been chatter lately about a supposed revival in trades expected to benefit from a victory by Trump, right? We see it in Bitcoin, see it in the poly market, see it in some stocks that are part of the so-called Trump trade. But here we go. The biggest chunk of respondents, 45%, said the strength of earnings is what matters most for their portfolios. How about that for a revolutionary idea? Donald Trump says the market's rising because investors think he's going to win. But look at this nifty pie chart if you're with us on YouTube. 45% earnings matters most, 39% point to the election outcome, and 16% for the magnitude of Fed easing. So, all right, fine. I can't say Wall Street doesn't care, but it's not the most important thing on traders' minds. We wanted to talk to Abigail Doolittle about it. Of course, she owns the market here on Balance of Power as we look under the hood. Bloomberg Markets correspondent Abigail, it's great to see you. Happy Monday. Are you surprised by this? And maybe we should take heart, right? If this election doesn't go the way one investor or another wants, it's earnings, I guess, that will save us.
Happy Monday to you as well, Joe, and to all of our listeners and viewers on YouTube. And I'm not surprised by this at all, because at the end of the day, this is exactly what markets run on, the corporate profit outlook. So right now we are in an earnings season, so it really helps us to formulate that. What's interesting about this earnings season and the fact that the bulk of the responders mentioned that earnings were more important than the election is that we're looking at a relatively sluggish earnings season, about 3% growth. That was actually taken down from about 4% not so long ago. The last quarter, I think it was closer to 10 or 12%. For the fourth quarter, it's closer to 10%. So we're in this one oddball quarter of roughly 3% growth. Now, the case I could make around that, given the fact that the two quarters surrounding this quarter point to more growth, is maybe that there are some election jitters within the corporate profit outlook. CEOs, management teams, C-suite folks being a little bit more cautious. In fact, we've heard some of the airlines talk about that, although I cannot quite figure out why people wouldn't be flying around the election. But at the end of the day, it's always going to be the corporate profit outlook that drives the stock market.
Well, you know, maybe there is some rationality to all of this. I do worry, though, and I was trying to talk myself out of it a minute ago, Abigail. You wake up November 6th, the race has not been called. Remembering in 2020, we didn't know till Saturday. Imagine 3 full trading days of uncertainty. Would we have a sell-off again, or does this remind us that investors will keep their eye on the ball, which is earnings?
It's hard to predict what would happen if the election does not go as smoothly as we would hope, or if it was contested in some way. That could certainly create a factor of uncertainty that investors would not like. Right now, those predicted odds that we've been following since July, 10% in the favor of the former president, Donald Trump, over VP Harris. We don't know the accuracy of that. The Trump trade itself, some of those factors doing fairly well. So I would say some investors are voting with their market dollars, saying that they think that Trump is more likely to win. That level of certainty, especially given the idea that he may be willing to or be more likely to cut taxes, would probably help markets. But if we don't have an election result right away, or it is contested for any period of time, that could be something that could send that VIX, that gauge of uncertainty, much higher from its current 18 to 19 level.
I suspect there'll be all kinds of trading around the VIX. As producer James reminds us, we've got a Fed meeting that starts the day after the election. Abigail, thank you, as always. Abigail Doolittle helping us make sense of the markets and maybe what to expect as we get ever closer to November 5th. 15 days to go, everybody. And we'll be joined at the hip between now and then with special coverage, of course, on election night that will probably last the rest of our lives. I like to call them the Bloomberg All-Stars. Abigail Doolittle, Josh Wingrove, Dan Flatley up next. Wherever, and I'll just tell you right now, you won't ever find a collection of smart people like this in one newsroom that we can pull together every day to talk about what's going on in the world that matters to you, your investment, and your, well, voting decisions. As we turn our attention to Israel now. First of all, the THAAD defense system, the missile defense system, has arrived, according to the Secretary of Defense. A pretty remarkable story over the weekend, this big intel leak that New York Times got its hand on apparently portions of the plan for Israel to respond to Iran. As I read on the terminal, U.S. pushes for pre-election ceasefire in Lebanon, Gaza conflicts. Dan Flatley, aforementioned from Bloomberg's national security team, is back with us at the table. Dan, it's great to see you. Kind of amazing that this hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, Joe, you mentioned that the leaks, and we got some news also that some Israeli citizens were arrested for sending some information to Iran about Israel's defensive position. So yeah, the longer that we wait for this response, I think the more sort of this intrigue you're going to see, where people are really sort of preparing themselves for one thing or another, or trying to gain some type of advantage via the intelligence. So it's anytime you have a pause in operations, or you're waiting for something like this to happen, you just kind of create all these openings for this kind of stuff to happen.
And here we are again. The Secretary of Defense shows up, a surprise visit in Kyiv, interestingly. Does that mean we're just essentially in a waiting mode when it comes to Israel?
It's hard to say. Defense officials, intelligence officials, can be traveling all over the world at any given moment when something happens. And in a way, you don't want to break from your normal routine, right, to indicate that something is on the way. So, I wouldn't read too much into that, except to say that, ahead of the election, I think, both parties are really trying to make the case that they're the safe, responsible stewards of national security, right? You see Vice President Harris campaigning with Liz Cheney, kind of hammering that message home. You see Lloyd Austin traveling to Kyiv. That is something that is in the minds of maybe not as many voters as you might think, but certainly on the minds of the national security establishment here in Washington, and just the idea of projecting strength and kind of keeping all of these, all these pieces on the chessboard in motion. I think that's an important thing. With regard to the ceasefire in Israel and with Gaza that we've been waiting for or talking about, very unlikely to see something before the election on that, just because of the timing.
Yes.
So I think that, from Israel's perspective, they want to know who the next president is going to be.
So it's check back after November 5th.
Yeah, I wouldn't discount it entirely. Anything can happen, right? But certainly, if you're trying to think strategically about the long term, about your long term plans, it's helpful to know who your biggest, your major ally, most important ally, who's going to be leading that country.
Not to mention Hamas's leader is now dead as well. So who at the table becomes the big question. Is there even a diplomatic component right now? Are they talking?
I'm sure that there at some level is some discussion going on, some communication. Although, as you mentioned, Yahya Sinwar, being out of the picture now, makes things a little bit more complicated in the sense that you don't have an interlocutor on the other side that you're dealing with. Although one would presume or hope or think that, at some level there is some communication going on, although, as we've seen, a lot of that can get complicated.
This THAAD missile defense system that I mentioned that we've provided to Israel, is that something that we are also providing to Ukraine? Is that potentially in the discussions that the Secretary might be having with President Zelensky?
Well, we know that the Ukrainians all along have wanted more than the U.S. has been willing to give at certain points, right? I think that there is obviously a concern that the Biden administration has had across the board where you don't want either of these conflicts to really get out of control. And one way to do that is to attenuate or modulate, the types of weapons and systems that you're sending to either
as opposed to offensive weapon systems, which we're still not playing around with. Correct. There was a thought that we were about to unleash the Kraken here.
With regard to Ukraine,
with regard to Ukraine and the use of offensive U.S.-made weapons, but we've still kept real guardrails on where those can be used.
Yeah, I think part of that is, there's an interesting mix between the U.S., Europe, and Ukraine in terms of what this picture will look like post November 5th, right? Yeah. And I think that, in any case, the U.S. will continue to be involved in some way or another, but Europe is sort of being expected to bear more of the burden. And so I think that there are discussions that are happening between the U.S., between the U.S.'s allies in Europe, and between the folks in Ukraine about what that is going to look like, what the mix is going to be. And some of that caution may be coming from Europe because they want to make sure that things do not get too much out of hand.
Speaking of waiting until after the election, this is obviously something that our allies in Europe are watching very closely and being very careful with their words when we're talking about one potential administration or another. Is there any ask for the Biden administration from our NATO allies that you can envision between now and January if Donald Trump wins? What's the last thing they need to get from Joe Biden?
Well, there's been a lot of discussion about this idea of quote-unquote Trump-proofing the alliance, right? Or Trump-proofing U.S. aid to Ukraine. I think that people have kind of given up on that idea and are sort of playing their cards very carefully at this point because the election is so close here in the U.S., so hard to tell what's going to happen, that if you're Germany, for instance, or a country that is, has had a contentious relationship with the U.S. at different points in time, but shares a lot of the same values, you want to make sure that, you're in a good position no matter who's in the White House come,
better not act like you're playing sides. Right. Although they gave a big old award to Joe Biden this week in Germany, didn't they? Just last week, which I don't suspect is waiting for Donald Trump.
You want to keep your friends close and, others closer potentially. So we'll see.
Dan Flatley, a great friend of the show, Bloomberg National Security Team in Washington. We'll keep tabs on what happens, of course, in Israel. It's something we're talking about every day here on the broadcast, and we'll assemble our signature panel next. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis on the way after a wild weekend on the trail. Things I can't even talk about on the air. We'll do it next on Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading in the red. Stocks taking a breather on this back-to-work Monday after notching their longest weekly rally this year. 6 in a row. Traders gearing up for key earnings this week from Boeing, Tesla, and United Parcel Service. So right now we have got the S&P 500 index trading down by 25 points, 58.39, a drop right now of just about 0.4%. The Dow down 327, down 0.8%, while NASDAQ is lower by 40, a drop there of just about 0.2%. 10-year at 4.17% this Monday, the 2-year 4.02%. Gold flat on the day, 27.22 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2%, back above 70.58. The index of leading economic indicators is down again, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The leading indicators fell 0.5% in September. The gauge of the U.S. economic outlook has been mainly in the red since early 2022. Lackluster numbers on U.S. manufacturing, business investment, and housing have been and remain a drag. Labor market and stock market performance data have provided a cushion and did so again last month. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Southwest Airlines shares down now by 2.3% after more than 4 months of waging a public battle with activist investor Elliott Investment Management. Low-cost pioneer Southwest Airlines may finally be heading for a truce. That, according to sources speaking with Bloomberg. We're also keeping an eye on Spirit Airlines. That stock surging after the struggling carrier reached an agreement with U.S. Bank National Association, extending a key deadline to restructure debt. Shares of Spirit Airlines, they're surging by 59.3%. Again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. S&P down 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Watching Wall Street for us every day on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for being with us here on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. Ed McMahon has been dead for 15 years. I just had to check. Can you believe that was 2009? If you don't know Ed McMahon, ask your parents. Because I figure if he was still with us, he could be playing an important role for the Trump campaign right now. Did you see Elon Musk with the big check, the big cardboard check on stage over the weekend? He's giving away $1 million a day. Imagine Ed McMahon with the big check and the balloons knocking on your door. The Publishers Clearinghouse. That was the American dream, wasn't it? A little bit different this time. Did you used to put in for the Publishers Clearinghouse? You get all the magazines thinking you might win some money. Now you register to vote, I guess, or sign a petition. Elon Musk making big news. $1 million a day he's going to give away between now and the election if you sign the petition. People said, wait, that's not legal. Until they read the fine print here. It's basically a sweepstakes. So what keeps, by the way, all the Harris supporters from trying to get $1 million a day? Maybe they don't want to give up their cell phone number. I digress. The fact of the matter is, it's coming down to a jump ball election. As Josh Wingrove put it here earlier, who scores last? And that, of course, means who turns out the voters most. The news today, the polling from the Washington Post is remarkable. It's tied, not even a statistical tie. It's a tie. He gets 47, she gets 47, and that's a poll of the swing states. Speaking over the weekend on Sunday morning television, one of Kamala Harris's chief surrogates in the swing states, the governor of Wisconsin. Tony Evers talking on ABC This Week about the ground game. Let's listen.
There are people that, frankly, don't follow this on a daily basis. There's people that don't follow the polls. There's people that just don't, they go to work, they got kids at home, they do their job with their kids, they get up the next day. These polls look at a small number. I know it's a science, but at the end of the day, I run into people all the time that just haven't given those thought. And so we're going to help them.
They're like the three amigos now, Evers, Whitmer, Shapiro. They sat for a three-way interview. They also sat down with Bloomberg, spoke with the aforementioned Josh Wingrove, who hit the trail with all three. It's where we start our conversation with our panel. Let's get them together. Our signature panel is back on this Monday. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. She, of course, is political science professor at Iona University. Rick is partner at Stone Court Capital. It's great to see both of you. Rick, in the final stages here, welcome back. What are you doing as a campaign manager with 2 weeks left? Early voting is underway, and you need to get people off the couch who maybe have never voted before. It's that close. How do you spend your time?
Yeah, there are really two things that are still moving. One is the schedule, so getting the final tour set and all the activity that goes around that, which is not insignificant. And then secondly, which is actually more important, is pumping every extra dollar you have in to get out the vote and monitoring those and checking them against historical averages or current registration lists. So it's really just pouring over slates of numbers constantly throughout the day and redirecting your efforts to fill vacancies, to make sure that the precincts that matter the most are getting the attention. And so the TV's all bought, the ads are all made, things that people see as a campaign are pretty much done. Highly unlikely there's going to be a killer ad that's produced and put up in the last 2 weeks of the election. So it's all about the ground game and making sure that you're not missing something like Hillary missed the entire state of Michigan in 2016. That may be the biggest historic miss in history, but mostly it's making sure that precincts you're dependent upon are hitting a certain turnout level that you have estimated will give you a victory.
It's pretty fascinating stuff, Jeannie. What Tony Evers said there, these are people that don't follow the polls, right? They don't follow this on a daily basis the way we do. We're weird. We're not normal. He didn't say that. I did. They've got kids at home. They do time with their kids. Jeannie, how do you find them? How do you talk to them in their homes in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, they have lives, Joe, unlike you. And I just pictured you all weekend, Joe, and you haven't mentioned it to us yet, but watching that McDonald's clip, that was, 55 minutes.
I haven't mentioned it yet.
Posted. It's precious. I mean, it's 55 minutes of trolling, and I have to say it was pretty good. How you reach them is just the way that Rick was talking about. And I think that's why getting those governors out on the ground in those blue states, the blue wall, as we call it, is so important. Yeah. One sort of under-discussed aspect of these 7 swing states is 5 of the 7 have Democratic governors. And, there was a long time when, for Democrats, rightly, they bemoaned the fact that many leaders at the state and local level for a long time in the U.S. have been on the Republican side. We're seeing that change. And I think it can't, underestimate how important our local and state officials are in things like the ground game, getting people out to vote, energizing folks. So all of that critically important, which is why, Donald Trump is lately trying to, make up with Kemp, and I guess they have. But that's why you never want to sort of, have a, some kind of riff with those folks on the ground, because they matter an awful lot.
Well, they absolutely do. Rick, does it help to be putting on the McDonald's apron and doing that stunt that Donald Trump did yesterday? By the way, the answer may well be yes. A lot of people ran images of him behind the fry-olator and handing out bags of food to people in their cars. But of course, we know they closed the restaurant that day, and he was actually doing the job for less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, I thought the imagery was terrific. There were a lot of ups and downs with his campaign over the weekend, but it wasn't because he went to the McDonald's. One, it's authentic, right? The guy eats more McDonald's than probably any other elected official in history. So he actually knows the routine pretty well, and it wouldn't surprise me it's not his first time behind the counter at a McDonald's. The reality is the pictures are worth much more than the event itself. And so kudos to the campaign for putting him in a place, really well done. He had the whole apron going, had the fry in his hand. They got him out of there without a whole lot of grease on his fingers and too many Big Macs getting eaten. So, that was a good weekend shot for them. And this is one thing they've always done pretty well, is put him, Donald Trump, in a humanizing location. It's separate from the big rallies that we're all used to. they're pretty good at these kind of OTAs, off the record type events.
So people watching on YouTube, you're actually seeing Donald Trump in action behind the fry-olator. He did that for 5 minutes. And he spent about 15 minutes at the drive-through. All right, Jeannie, you pulled me into this because I don't like to talk about it. No one ordered. They didn't get to order. That's just very funny to me. They said they were pre-selected people. They pull up, and these are Trump supporters, I guess, pre-selected by the Secret Service, pull up to the window, and he gives you a bag of something. You're not really sure what's in it. So Kamala Harris has been invited to do the same, I'm told, or I read, by this franchise owner, Jeannie. And part of the point here is Donald Trump doesn't believe Kamala Harris worked at a McDonald's. He said this again to the reporters who were there, that he worked 15 minutes more than Kamala Harris did. Does she need to produce a photograph or something here? She says she worked at a McDonald's in Alameda, California in 1983 during the summer, freshman year, Howard University. I spent a summer working in the Frito-Lay shipping department, Jeannie. My hair still smells like grease. I don't have a photograph. I actually went back to look. I thought, is it possible? This is before cell phones. Is it entirely possible that no such a photo exists, number one? And should she take the invite and go to McDonald's?
Well, Joe, I have to agree with you. The kids today can't believe it. But like when I worked at Friendly's back in the day, and you remember Friendly's, New England.
Yes.
And, I worked at several Friendlies, in fact. And, I don't have any photographs of me in that uniform. And so she may not have photographs. She does have friends who attest to the fact she worked there. I think she can very well go to the McDonald's. But I think what the campaign on the Kamala Harris side is trying to do is trying to point to Donald Trump and what they describe as unhinged behavior. And over the weekend, and over the last week, he has given them a lot to work with. And, one of the things we've talked about a long time now for this election is whoever this election is about, and whoever this election is a referendum on, may very well lose. And Donald Trump, since he can't keep his focus on, say, Kamala Harris's, 2019 policy prescriptions or policies themselves, keep saying things, and we heard a bevy of them over the weekend, that do make him look unfit to be president. And so that's what they are focusing on as we move to this closing. And of course, they're also bringing out Republicans who say, I don't agree with Kamala Harris on any issue, but I agree with her on this. The man who's talking about Arnold Palmer in this way cannot be president of the United States. And that is an important closing point, because some of the data shows for independents, that does move the needle a bit.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that one. And we're going to spend a little more time on some of the language that was used over the weekend with our panel in the next hour. By the way, Friendly's is still around, Jeannie. That looks like they've got a lot of them left. And so is, to my just learning now, the Publishers Clearinghouse. It's pch.com. Who knows? These things never go away. Rick, you talked about authenticity. Donald Trump, not necessarily in the cosplay at McDonald's, but wearing the apron with credibility. Would Kamala Harris draw the same image and response from you if she took them up on their invite?
I don't know. I mean, you hate to do the copycat thing. I honestly think it would be much more effective, showing up in Philadelphia, grabbing a steak and cheese. I think these are the things that would suit her much better, and be in a place that's, more likely to make her seem like every person, right? Which is what Donald Trump is trying to accomplish. I mean, the reality is, authenticity does matter, and so if she's been on defense every time he, lies about her record, she tries to correct the record, and I applaud her for doing that. But as a result, she literally has spent almost every day on defense, and at some point in time, you got to go on offense and start creating your own record, and that would include, going after Donald Trump as a, I don't know, pretender to the Burger King, right? I mean, he's not somebody who anybody visualizes eats, McDonald's every day, even though he probably does.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it brings us to the New York Times headline from over the weekend. You might have noticed Playbook grabbed a screen grab of it for a reason. And we're going to get into this with our panel in the next hour. Trump becomes the star of Harris's closing pitch. That's what Rick's talking about, and you wonder if that might turn around again between now and November 5th. Indeed, fond memories of the light blue cotton candy soda for producer James at Friendly's. I'll tell you what, the memories, we'll pull him back here. Cece says, Kamala Harris, go to Angelo's. Maybe we talk a little bit about the restaurants here coming up off the air, guys. We still have 2 weeks to fill. All right, Rick and Jeannie are back with us in hour 2, and Kaylee Lyons on the way in as well. This is Bloomberg.
world of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The jump ball election heads for its final 2 weeks. Welcome to the fastest show in politics with 15 days to Election Day. And new polling out showing this race is tied. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, I guess it is no mystery why we find the candidates back in the swing states today.
No surprise at all for Kamala Harris, focusing specifically on the blue wall Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, with none other than former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney by her side, as she still tries to reach across the aisle to those moderate Republicans she wants to win on side with just 15 days to go. But with record voter turnout, early voting turnout numbers in states like Georgia and North Carolina, it is a good reminder that this election is already well underway.
Yeah, for some people, they're not counting down anymore. They've already voted, which is important to consider the messaging that we're seeing continuing to evolve even after some people have made up their minds. And we're going to talk about that coming up with Stephanie Lai from Bloomberg's politics team. This was a wacky weekend on the campaign trail. Donald Trump saying some things you probably wouldn't say in front of your own mother.
Yeah, about Arnold Palmer specifically on a visit to Pennsylvania. He also, of course, stopped at a McDonald's over the weekend, was serving up some fried goods, just one of his campaign stops. And we saw him earlier today in North Carolina, which, of course, is still recovering in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, making it known to voters there that they do still have the ability to vote absentee, even if they have not yet been able to return to their homes.
This remains an important part of the equation here. And just a quick heads up, we have an important conversation with Maya McGinnis coming up. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, Kaylee, has run numbers on what both campaigns' proposals would mean for Social Security, something neither like to talk about. So we're going to open the lockbox coming up, as they say, with Maya to get into what they found.
We're really looking forward to that conversation. But let's begin, as always, with the check on the markets. Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Good day from New York. Back to work Monday with stocks trading lower. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now, looking at a 16-point drop-off. Session lows on the S&P, down by about 0.3%. That index now at 58.47, retreating from Friday's record. The Dow down 286, down 0.7, while NASDAQ is lower by 6, a decline of just under 0.1%. 10-year 4.17%, the 2-year 4.02%. Gold up $4 the ounce, up by about 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude surging 2.2%, $70.75 a barrel. Bottom line here, stocks taking a breather after notching their longest weekly rally this year. Traders gearing up for key earnings reports out of Boeing, Tesla, and UPS. McDonald's says it is not taking sides in the presidential election following Donald Trump's visit to a Pennsylvania restaurant over the weekend. Complete coverage coming up here on Balance of Power. The burger chain put out a statement saying McDonald's does not endorse candidates for elected office and that it remains true in this race for the next president. They say in the statement, "We are not red or blue, we are golden." McDonald's down 0.3% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the markets as the trading week begins. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, the campaign week already is well underway. In fact, I'm not sure we can even divide it into weeks at this point in the race, with just 15 days to go until Election Day. Every day is a campaign day with a frenetic pace of travel for both presidential candidates. Kamala Harris hitting all three blue wall states today. Donald Trump, of course, started his day in North Carolina. We've got, Pennsylvania, Georgia on the schedule this week as well, Joe. No surprise that they're spending the majority of their time in the 7 states that ultimately will decide the Electoral College.
You tend to think they'd live there for the next 15 days, although Donald Trump does have an event in New York. He's back to New York City in Madison Square Garden on Sunday night, which is leaving some to scratch their heads, although maybe he's just looking for some scale and some big images that'll play nationally. It's hard to tell, knowing that he won't likely win the state of New York.
Yeah, but it is worth keeping an eye on the House races in New York.
That's
While
for
the
sure.
presidency is one thing, the balance of Congress is another, and his presence there could help sway some of those districts in which incumbent Republicans are looking a little vulnerable.
Can we talk about this ratings change in Pennsylvania quickly before we bring in Stephanie Lai? You just put this in front of me here. This is really important and remarkable. Cook Political Report moving on Pennsylvania and Nebraska.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, it is, of course, the Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey, who is running against Steve McCormick, the former Bridgewater executive. That race has moved from lean Democratic, so more in favor of the incumbent Democrat, to toss-up.
That's
which is pretty remarkable. We know the presidential race is very close in Pennsylvania within the margin of error, and perhaps the Senate race is moving tighter as well in these final weeks. And Nebraska is an interesting one to watch. In that race, it is an incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer, who is facing a challenge from independent Dan Osborne. And right now, that race has been moved by Cook from likely Republican to lean Republican.
Neither of these were supposed to happen.
Yeah.
They run against the narrative that we've been hearing about throughout this whole cycle. To think that someone named Casey is down like this, not down, but being questioned in Pennsylvania against a newcomer like Dave McCormick is a big deal. If Bob Casey can't win that Senate race, it's going to be a lot more difficult, Kaylee, for Kamala Harris to win the presidency. Maybe she will go to a McDonald's in Pennsylvania after all. That's where we start our conversation with Stephanie Lai, Bloomberg Politics, with us at the table because we actually have a day in which she's not on the trail. It's great to see you. Thanks for coming back to talk to us. This was an interesting weekend for messaging. I think we can all agree we can't even say everything on the air that Donald Trump said in describing the vice president, in terms of the job she's doing and the physical stature of Arnold Palmer, both of which came up before he got to the McDonald's bit. This was an interesting one, rhetorically and optically, for Donald Trump.
That is correct. Yeah, I mean,
how is he using his time here with only 2 weeks to go?
I think the biggest thing right now is that this election has been for so long based off of the vibes, you know, who can capture the national attention better. And in the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've seen the Trump campaign really lean into that. We saw him go to, you know, Coachella, California, another place that he will not win. It might help Representative Ken Calvert in his election, but other than that, there is no chance of him, you know, virtually no chance of him winning California. Yet he went to that place because there's a huge media presence. He went to Aurora, Colorado for the same reason, to bring home the messaging about immigration. And of course, you know, that's not really a spot where he's likely to win either, but there is a big presence among the national media and a big interest in terms of what they can draw into his campaign. So going to the McDonald's this weekend really was just to do that. It was to push back on the narrative that Kamala Harris has put forth, that she's worked at a McDonald's, but also drive home all these headlines.
So there's some smarts to it then.
Right.
It's working, essentially,
So
is what you're saying.
It's their strategy. And in a lot of ways, it's captured a lot of the internet's attention. It's brought so much of the focus away from the issues and towards, you know, the former president flipping fries at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania.
It feels like, Stephanie, at this point, we have a sense of what Kamala Harris's closing argument is. It's about Donald Trump and him being unfit for office. What's Donald Trump's closing argument? Do we have a sense of that yet?
I think if there is one, the closest thing that I could recall is probably immigration. That's been something that he's been very focused on in the last couple of weeks and seems to be getting more aggressive on that topic. While his advisors might want him to focus more on the economy, it seems that he prefers to talk about immigration and the issues with the southern border. So I guess to your point, you know, he does tend to go on a lot of tangents and you know, riffs off of whatever he feels like riffing off of in the moment. But if there is one point, it's most likely immigration.
Well, Rick Davis was making the point earlier, though, that he's driving the conversation, that he's had Kamala Harris playing defense or at least responding, reacting to what Donald Trump is throwing in the water every day. Can she use a town hall like she's got this week or some event, I don't know what she's got planned with Taylor Swift for the last couple of weeks or Bruce Springsteen or somebody to reclaim the narrative and drive the day here?
It is possible, and I think that might be, you know, their best shot for capturing the attention of the American voters and getting them out to vote on November 5th. But as far as we've seen, it's very much that the Trump campaign has been good at capitalizing on the media's attention, on the internet's attention, getting, you know, so many TikTok followers and viewers and, you know, just going throughout the internet to find any niche voter that they can.
All right, Bloomberg's Stephanie Lai getting a few days of rest from the campaign trail. Thank you so much for joining us here in our Washington, D.C. studio. You talk about musical artists and celebrities. I do know that Kamala Harris campaign is going to have a Get Out the Vote concert the week before the election. Unclear who's headlining it.
I think we can imagine.
Beyonce, Charlie XCX, could be Springsteen. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour is back up and running, though. So
I was going to ask, does that conflict with the tour, or are you looking at a day in between shows or something? There could be some serious star power at an event like that. She was with Stevie Wonder over the weekend, among other people, wishing her a happy birthday. I don't know. This whole conversation just brings us back to the fact that no matter what each campaign in which each candidate try, this is still a tied race.
It absolutely is, as they try to vie, not just with media attention and celebrity, but with policy for voters' votes. And of course, we've gotten a litany of policy proposals from each of them. It's Donald Trump's, though, we want to take a close look at now, as there's a new report from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget that looks at the impact of some of these ideas he's put forward, including no tax on Social Security benefits, mass deportation of people not legally in the country, and some other ideas that the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget finds today could increase Social Security's 10-year cash shortfall by $2.3 trillion through 2035. They are bringing up, Joe, by 3 years, their insolvency estimate from the fiscal year 2034 to 2031, just 6 years after the next president takes office, if these policies come to fruition.
So maybe we should be talking about this now. The candidates have not been. The campaigns have pledged to keep their hands off of this, going back to the old Al Gore line about a lockbox. And you wonder if a report like this brings this conversation to the fore. Last time Maya McGinnis's group came out with numbers, this was on the tax proposals. Both campaigns were asked about it repeatedly in high-profile interview settings. And I dare say she's driving the conversation again.
Yep, and she's joining us now. Maya McGinnis is with us. She's president, of course, of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Maya, it's a fascinating report. Can you just walk us through specifically the policy ideas you are looking at here and how they translate to a financially weaker American Social Security system? What is it exactly that would weaken it so much, knowing it was already on a path to insolvency?
Yeah, exactly. So that's right. The discussion about Social Security has been completely backwards, with candidates promising not to fix a program that desperately needs to be fixed. And as we've been analyzing all of the policies of both candidates, we've been well aware of the void of discussion on this important topic. But what caught us by surprise is when we were going through the policies, we did find that former President Trump's policies, many of them would actually contribute, as you said, to a significant deterioration in the program's finances. As you asked specifically, there have been a lot of promises about cutting taxes for certain groups. Cutting those Social Security benefit taxes means that undermines a revenue stream that currently goes into the program. You would lose about $950 billion by not taxing those benefits for seniors for Social Security. Likewise, if you don't tax tips and you don't tax overtime, that's another revenue stream that's going to finance the underfunded program that would no longer exist. Cuts about $900 billion out of the program over the next decade. And then finally, the effects of getting rid of undocumented workers, mass deportation, and tariffs would actually have both potentially inflationary effects on the economy, which means higher COLAs for seniors, because when there's inflation, hurts many people, but seniors have an automatic bump up in their Social Security benefits, and it could reduce wages, both of which would cause further deterioration, we find, of about $400 billion. And so, like you said, this program headed towards insolvency within less than a decade. Current seniors are on track to be getting 23% across the board benefit cuts, which is unconscionable, terrible policy. They need to do something to fix it. And under these policies, we find that those benefit reductions would actually move up to 33% across the board benefit cuts. We need all candidates talking about how to fix the program. We don't need policies to make it worse.
Well, so how do we figure, Maya, you've been in Washington for a minute, how come no one wants to talk about it? This is a hands-off for both campaigns. That goes for Joe Biden back when he was running, and I guess still as president of the United States. This has been in a lockbox since Al Gore talked about it a whole bunch of years ago. Why won't anyone raise their hand knowing how many people this impacts? This would be a good political issue, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's become a pretzel of a narrative where everybody's talking about it backwards, as though protecting the program means doing nothing, when clearly protecting the program means doing something. We can't be saying to today's seniors, the current plan right now is you are heading for a benefit cut of about $16,000 per year when policymakers promise not to do anything to fix the program. But I have been here for a long time. And we do know that, unfortunately, reasonable fiscal policy can be very bad politics. Right now, we have candidates on both sides promising not to fix Social Security, not to touch these programs, and not to raise taxes, both of which are going to have to be part of an overall plan to address the fiscal situation. So good fiscal policy, not always good politics. That's a real problem for the issue. And as long as pandering on this issue and promising not to touch benefits when they actually, benefits or revenues, when they need to be changed to fix the program, is it's doing a huge disservice to seniors. Frankly, I'm surprised the ARP isn't out there saying to everybody, where's your plan?
Absolutely.
You need to have a plan to fix this program.
Well, so on the idea of neither candidate having a plan on this specific issue, we do have an understanding, as we were mentioning with Donald Trump, but for Kamala Harris as well, of what some of their other plans are. Do we have a sense of how the vice president's policy proposals would impact Social Security? Are we looking at the same kind of time frame for insolvency, or is she not as debilitating potentially to the program as some of these other ideas?
Yeah, exactly. She failed completely to put out a plan to address the program, but the policies that she does have that would affect the payroll tax or Social Security kind of net out to zero. So it's neutral. It's where the program already is. Let me say over and over again, though, that is unacceptable. You cannot be saying to current retirees and people who are about to retire that they are a part of a program that is headed towards insolvency, and the bosses of those programs, the lawmakers of this country, are promising not to do anything to fix it. They are trying to wait until the last minute. I don't know why anyone thinks that's a good plan. It's going to hurt seniors and taxpayers more. It's going to leave fewer revenues for other important priorities in the budget. It's going to create chaos and uncertainty in a program for retirement where you need certainty. And it's just frankly, like, we aren't governing well at this point, where they are taking the easy way out instead of saying the trustees tell us every single year in their annual report with basic certainty, we are going to have to make changes to avoid these across the board benefit cuts. Let's get to it. We've known about it for years and decades. And, you know, it's a presidential campaign. That's what leadership is. It's leveling with the country, including about difficult choices that we have to make, and talking about their plan to address it. And we're just not hearing that from any of the presidential candidates.
Well, God knows we like to wait till the last minute on everything around here in Washington,
Yeah,
Maya.
too.
I wonder how often in the history of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget have you found that the Republican candidate adds more to debt and deficit than the spending-happy Democrat? Is this a first?
Well, when President Trump ran previously, in our scores, we found that he would add much more to the overall debt.
So not named Trump.
It used to be, prior to those races, actually the candidates were almost exactly equal, like just to tens of billions of difference in how much they would affect the national debt through very different kinds of policies. You'll remember in the past, Republicans tended to cut taxes, Democrats tended to raise spending. You're now seeing a merging of both, where Republicans also raise spending and Democrats also cut taxes. So both candidates' proposals are much, much worse than we've seen in the past. And in this situation, we've certainly seen that President Trump's, with its effect on Social Security and the overall debt, is larger than we're seeing from Vice President Harris. Yeah.
Prepare to hear both candidates forced to respond to this
but-
research. Maya, I'm so sorry. We're out of time. Come back and see us soon. Send us what you wanted to say. We'll let the audience know. Maya McGinnis, Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Of course, she's the president there. And Kaylee, this is the first time we're hearing about this, not the last time.
Absolutely. Remember, there's town halls happening for the candidates this week. They could face some tough questions about this. And of course, we'll continue to have full coverage here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. The Russell 2000 particularly hard hit today. Small cap shares tumbling by 1.4%. To put that in context, S&P right now down 18, decline there of 0.3%. The Dow lower by 310, a decline of 0.7%. The NASDAQ right now down 16 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That's a drop of just about 0.1%. 10-year 4.17%, the 2-year 4.02%. Spot gold up $3 the ounce, a gain of about 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude now surging 2.2%, 70.77 for a barrel of WTI. Disney has named James Gorman chairman of the board and says it will appoint a new CEO in early 2026. Gorman is the former CEO of Morgan Stanley. Disney shares now down by 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we are 15 days away from Election Day, which means between now and Election Day, we could see Elon Musk's pro-Trump PAC, America PAC, rolling out $15 million, 15 separate checks to 15 individuals, $1 million each as part of a sweepstakes if they, a registered voter, sign a petition to protect the Constitution, specifically the rights to free speech and the right to bear arms. The issue is you do have to be a registered voter to sign that petition, which is causing some election legal watchers to point out that it is technically illegal to pay anyone to register to vote or to vote. It's at least a concern that Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro shared on NBC's Meet the Press this weekend.
I think there are real questions with how he is spending money in this race, how the dark money is flowing, not just into Pennsylvania, but apparently now into the pockets of Pennsylvanians. That is deeply concerning. I think it's something that law enforcement could take a look at. I'm not the Attorney General anymore of Pennsylvania. I'm the governor, but it does raise some serious questions.
Raises questions, but it seems as for now, if it's in the form of a sweepstakes, as Kaylee mentions, it's legal, which is where we start our conversation with our signature panel. I bet Rick Davis wished he had something going on like this when he was running campaigns. Rick Davis, partner, Stone Court Capital, Jeannie Shanzano, political science professor at Iona University, and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to see you both here. When I first heard about this, I started thinking about that great old movie, Brewster's Millions. Remember, None of the Above. Then I thought of Ed McMahon, which, as I've walked around the newsroom, has led me to realize how old I am, because no one remember the big cardboard checks with the balloons at the door, Jeannie? That's what we're talking about here. Then I thought, wait a minute, it's Elon Musk. $1 million? That's that's dinner on Tuesday night, right? How about $1 billion a day? Until the big question, of course, is, will it make a difference, Jeannie? Will it?
Yeah, I too thought of Ed McMahon, so I am right with you, Joe. Publishers Clearinghouse, that was back in the day. I think concerning for me, not because this is legal or illegal. I'm assuming that Elon Musk's many attorneys looked at this and decided they could beat whatever investigation Pennsylvania or these other states engage in. But for me, what's most concerning is we have the wealthiest man, not only in the world, but potentially in human history, who has gotten this last year alone, $3 billion in government contracts from 17 agencies, is under multiple investigations. He's at $15.5 billion in contracts over the last 10 years. And he is pushing hard for one of these candidates to win under apparently the promise that he will be the head of the very agencies that are investigating him and who are doling out these large contracts right now. That is an enormous, or should be an enormous concern, much more so in my mind than $1 million. Although I have to be honest, Kaylee and Joe, I would take it too if just signing the petition worked. But what's more important is the potential real conflict of interest here that has to be examined.
Well, of course, the conflict of interest could arise, Rick, if Donald Trump actually wins and there's a role for Elon Musk in his future administration. So I guess the real question here is Elon Musk actually helping Donald Trump's efforts to win, or is he actually just pulling attention from the candidate himself?
I would say I think he's creating a challenge to Donald Trump's victory by taking responsibility for the ground game that he is poorly executing. It is not a good strategy to turn out votes by distracting people to play a lottery that doesn't even require them to go and pull a ballot. Yeah, sure, we want more registered voters, and I think that's great. Joe pointed out the potential problems legally with this. And the reality is it's all a huge distraction to the grinding effort to try and take lists of people, identify who they're for, and turn out your voters. And for whatever reason, the Trump campaign thinks it's great that this is in Elon Musk's category. And the only thing we know for sure is that it's created enormous disarray in the get out the vote effort. And in some states, there's no clear effort on the ground that seems organized enough to actually produce an election victory for Donald Trump. So I would be very skeptical about that part of it. And by the way, if Trump doesn't win, Elon Musk is not going to get a job in the government. So it becomes sort of an action forcing event. And I don't think right now anybody down in Mar-a-Lago or at the RNC are particularly happy with all the sort of carnival atmosphere that's going on around this.
You just wonder, how many Democrats end up getting a check for $1 million, Kaylee, and nothing keeps Harris supporters from signing the petition and then voting for Kamala Harris. And I wonder if we can keep track of the D's and R's over the next 2 weeks. It's like the new Willy Wonka golden ticket. Jeannie, I have to ask you both about some of the messaging we heard over the weekend. We haven't spent too much time on this beyond the McDonald's visit, but you add an Arnold Palmer, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can Google that. Or even just the former president, referring to Kamala Harris as an S vice president. Another word I can't say on the air here. You wouldn't let your kids watch this rally, Jeannie. But are you going to tell me that it's more authentic and that it's working with voters? Because I don't know.
No, I don't think it is. And I watched over the weekend, and you had Mike Johnson, not you, but there was Mike Johnson on the Sunday shows over the weekend, CNN. You also had the governor of New Hampshire, Sununu, and they were trying desperately to sort of walk this back, explain it, say it's not language they would use, but this is just Trump. And the reality is this is working perfectly for Kamala Harris's closing argument, because despite raising $1 billion, she is deadlocked even in this race with Donald Trump. And her best case now are two things. Donald Trump is unhinged. Just listen to what he says. That's why I think maybe for the first time I can remember, you have a candidate playing another candidate's rally at their events. I mean, it's really unheard of. Why? Because he is saying all those kinds of things that you just mentioned and many more that we can't mention. And he does seem unhinged. And if this is a race for the middle and the moderates, that, and also the fact that many of the people who are closest to him and worked for him, including his former vice president, are not going to vote for him. Those are the closers they want to make. So all of this is helping Kamala Harris, not helping Donald Trump, whether it's authentic or not. This is not about authenticity at this point. It's about getting out the vote. And he's got to get out, unfortunately for him, people who don't vote a lot. And that's tough. And these kinds of things, he's going to just drive people to stay home or go to the Harris line.
Well, as we consider getting out to vote in these final weeks of the race, when it does seem things have tightened, that's not just the case on the presidential level. Rick, we're seeing a tightening in a number of down ballot races as well, including in some of the key Senate races that will decide the balance of power in the upper chamber. Cook Political Report just putting out some new ratings, changing Nebraska, where the Republican incumbent Deb Fischer is up against an independent challenger from likely Republican to leans Republican. Then in Pennsylvania, Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey, now in a toss-up race, Cook says, with Dave McCormick. Pennsylvania, of course, we knew was tight between Harris and Trump. Do you believe it's that tight with Casey and McCormick?
Look, I mean, Pennsylvania is a lot more understandable, right? It just seems to, be common sense that if you are at the top of the ticket like Donald Trump is in Pennsylvania, that the person running in the Republican slot for the Senate should be getting about your vote. A month ago, we had to talk about like ticket splitters because there was a 10% difference. Were people really going to vote for Trump and not for McCormick? And so that makes sense, consolidation. What doesn't make sense is the Nebraska race, where you have an independent who has outraised his Republican opponent, who isn't anywhere near as well known, but has run a really fantastic campaign. And every professional I know in the business who's watching that race says not only is he up against Deb Fischer, but likely to beat her. And nobody had this on their radar screen a few months ago. So yes, I think you're starting to see some late breaking activity with voters. It's not unusual. Last couple of weeks, some percentage, usually in and around a quarter, don't even make up their mind. You wouldn't even consider them undecided. They may even be Republican and Democrats who just haven't decided what to do. And now we see that split happening. And so I would expect more and more races to get close, because the reality is we're still in a very national impact election where Donald Trump and Harris will drive the vote in those states. So Democrats who are in states where Harris is on the ticket should get more and more her type vote, and the same with Donald Trump. So I think we're going to see a lot of that happening over the course of the next few weeks. The only state really that seems to be the current outlier is Arizona, where Kari Lake continues to be significantly behind and has now started running ads all about Donald Trump and how much she really likes Donald Trump. So wait and see.
What a moment we're in here, Jeannie. If Dan Osborne beats Deb Fischer, is that a wash? Democrats could be forgiven Pennsylvania and still hold on to the Senate, I guess, in a perfect world. And at the same time, in what world could Bob Casey lose, but Kamala Harris win Pennsylvania?
Yeah, it's really hard to believe. And it's interesting because I've heard from people in Pennsylvania, just even before Cook made this move, that McCormick seemed to be on the upswing. So I'm not as surprised. Also, Casey, being an incumbent, he has that advantage. But if this is a race where Pennsylvania voters want change, that may work against him. The Osborne thing is just fascinating because, there are some scenarios where we can end up with an obviously 50-50 Senate, and he has never, said where he will caucus. So it's unclear where that would put us. And of course, Fischer does have the incumbency advantage, but this is a very, very tough race for her. She's got to be feeling good that Cook has moved it. But as Rick said, not everybody is looking at that race and agreeing with this move by Cook today. So they're seeing something late breaking at this point.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature political panel, both of them Bloomberg Politics contributors. Thank you for kicking things off for us on this Monday. The other thing I'll say about Nebraska, not just the Senate race, there's one electoral college vote Harris would need to pick up there in addition to the blue wall to secure the 270 she needs. Don't sleep on Nebraska. That's my message on this Monday. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got NASDAQ back in the green right now. Higher, little changed, up 7 points. That compares to the S&P, which does remain lower by 0.3%, down 16. The Dow is down 325, a decline there of 0.7%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares being hit especially hard right now, down 1.4%. 10-year 4.17%, the 2-year 4.01%. Gold up $2 the ounce, 27.23, gain there of just about 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude right around $71 a barrel, up by 2.6%. Bottom line here, most stocks taking a breather after notching their longest weekly rally this year, with traders gearing up for key earnings from Boeing, Tesla, and United Parcel Service. Boeing shares up now by 3.2%. We've got Tesla declining 1.3%. And UPS, which reports this week on the 24th, shares of United Parcel Service, they're down 2.9%. Rival FedEx shares, they're also declining today. FedEx down now by about 1.9%. Activist investor Starboard Value has built a stake in consumer products company Kenvue, seeking changes that would boost the Tylenol maker's stock price. Starboard has not disclosed its stake in Kenvue, which was spun out of Johnson & Johnson last year, or what issues it aims to tackle, but a person says, familiar with the matter, says that stake is sizable. Kenvue up 6.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, we thank you, as always, watching Wall Street for us here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for joining on the Monday edition of Balance of Power as we unpack a wild weekend on the campaign trail. Kaylee, a lot of things said by Donald Trump that I can't repeat as we prepare to bring in Mick Mulvaney, which brings us back to campaigns past. The fact of the matter is, the latest polling out from Washington Post and the Schar School find this is a truly tied race. A survey of the swing states shows 47-47 among likely voters, 49 Harris, 48 Trump, still a statistical tie no matter where you look. So arguably, both campaigns are doing everything right. We heard from Kamala Harris over the weekend in an interview with Al Sharpton, her reaction to Donald Trump using an expletive to refer to her, describing her as he did, questioning her running mate's manhood and her husband's extramarital affair in a prior marriage. She was asked to respond. Here she is.
What you see in my opponent, a former president of the United States, really is, it demeans the office. And I have said, and I'm very clear about this, Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. He has not earned the right. He has not earned the right. And that's why he's going to lose.
Although, as we know, it is not guaranteed that he's going to lose this election, as Joe mentioned. We're still in a statistical tie. This thing is a dead heat. So for more on these final 15 days of the race, we turn to Mick Mulvaney, former acting chief of staff in the Trump White House, former director of the OMB, former co-founder of the House Freedom Caucus, congressman from South Carolina. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio. Mick, as we're in the home stretch here, it does seem that Kamala Harris has narrowed what her closing argument is going to be, that Donald Trump is unfit to serve as president again. Are you getting a clear closing message from Donald Trump? Is it demeaning the vice president, talking about Arnold Palmer? What exactly is he trying to tell undecided voters here?
Yeah, Kaylee, I'm not sure that's the right way to look at it. Here, let me say why I say that. This is not an ordinary election where they're out trying to find, the candidates are out trying to find the last few undecided voters. Keep in mind what Kamala Harris just said in that interview doesn't move an independent voter. Tell me an independent voter who's undecided right now. They know all that stuff about Donald Trump, and they're still undecided for some reason. Donald Trump going into a McDonald's, I don't think, helps sort of get independent or undecided voters. I think this is a turnout election. You're not going to hear, for that reason, a traditional closing argument. I think they're out there trying to make sure their people show up. If Kamala Harris was asked that, is really trying to reach out to independent voters with her comments, she'd say something about herself and what she's going to do. Donald Trump might be talking about what he wants to do, and neither of them are talking about that. So it's a fair question. It's a typical question to ask. I'm just not sure. This is sort of a square peg, round hole sort of election. So looking at it, like we looked at past elections, might not be the best way to look at it.
I get you, Mick, although when you look at the past, look, you knew Donald Trump in the campaign in 2016, you knew him in the White House. And so we're seeing Donald Trump in action, right? I mean, what would be different this time? What you see is what you get. And if he's reelected, it's going to feel a lot like it did last time. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're probably right. I mean, face it, you're not going to teach a nearly 80-year-old man new tricks, right? That's just not going to happen. Joe, you and I have talked about this before. The couple of times where I tried to give him campaign advice when we were together in the White House, he'd look at me and go, okay, that's interesting. How many campaigns have you won for president? 0? We're going to do it my way. And I have to imagine that's the conversation that's happening inside the Trump campaign right now. He's going to do what has served him so well for his entire life. He won in 2016. He lost in 2020. He looks at this as sort of the rubber match of the 3 set, and he's going to be him here in the last couple of days.
Well, Donald Trump doing as Donald Trump does is one thing, but the campaign is beyond just him. There's also questions if this is ultimately about turnout, about voting or driving his base to actually go out and vote for him, Mick, as you were suggesting. Are you as confident that the ground game is there? If Donald Trump is just doing what he wants to do, what's everybody else supporting his cause doing?
Yeah, I think it's better than 2020, and here's why I say that. I've talked to Mike Whatley a couple times. Mike, former North Carolina party chair, now running the RNC, about, say, the ground game and the door-to-door. And he's like, look, Mick, it's not going to come out, it's not going to come across as the same as it was in the past. Because, and this is the specific example he gave me on door knocking, which everybody knows you sort of do, at the last couple of weeks to try and drive enthusiasm and get, maybe an occasional swing voter. He's like, look, we're skipping everybody except hard Republican voters. If you're an undecided voter, we're probably not knocking on your door. We are going to find our people. That's by design. And sure enough, there's stories out there how that door knocking campaign might not be as strong as other people think it should be. I think both campaigns are looking at this through a very different prism this year. The campaign looks different. It feels different. And again, the proof will obviously be in the pudding. That probably doesn't add much value to say that. But in talking to the folks of the Trump campaign, I think they are going about this in as methodical as a Trump campaign is going to go through something and say, we are going to find our people and make sure they show up. And my guess is, even though I don't have firsthand information, the same thing is going on in the Harris camp.
Kaylee asked you about Donald Trump's closing argument. How about Kamala Harris's? The New York Times ran a headline over the weekend. You might have seen, Mick. Trump becomes the star of Harris's closing pitch, which brings us back to the whole, do you vote for someone or do you vote against someone? Is that enough for her to be the next president?
Up until 2016, actually up until 2016, certainly 2020, I would have said that positive energy is always more important than negative energy. People will show up to vote for something much more than they'll vote to show up against something. And Donald Trump changed that. Now, I've said this before. I'll say it again. People yell at me, but this is not a conspiracy theory. Listen, hear me out. No one voted for Joe Biden. People either voted for Donald Trump or against Donald Trump. There's not that many people voting for Kamala Harris. They don't even know who she is. They're voting for Donald Trump or against Donald Trump. He's a turnout machine for Republicans and a turnout machine for Democrats. What's her closing argument? She got asked some really interesting questions over the course of the last 10 days, which is, how would you be different than Joe Biden? And she's given really poor answers to that, in my opinion, by essentially saying, I'm not Joe Biden and I'm not Donald Trump. That's great, but that's counting on that negative energy. If you really want to deliver the message, you tell people who you are. It harkens back, Joe and Kaylee, to the interview I think that Ted Kennedy gave back in the 1970s. And I asked him, why are you running for president? And he couldn't give a good answer.
Roger Mudd.
And that was the thing. Roger, that's exactly right. If she loses, I think history will look back at those questions she got asked in these final weeks when she wasn't able to tell people who she was and instead chose to tell people who she wasn't.
Well, that's if she loses. There's also the question of if she wins or vice versa. If Donald Trump loses or wins, if either candidate is going to accept those results. So if we're just going to litigate this thing for 3 months between election day, or almost 3 months, and Inauguration Day. Mick, what are you bracing for in the aftermath of November 5th? Knowing what we as a country experienced in 2020, are you seeing the seeds sown for that kind of activity to happen again?
Kayla, the easy answer is no, I'm not. But that being said, I didn't see January 6th coming either. I never thought my party would be the folks, leading an armed rebellion. I didn't see it coming, and I certainly don't see it coming now. I think the answer to your question depends not only on how close the election is going to be, and there's a chance it's going to be exactly as close as the polls say that it is. But there's also a chance the polls are wrong, and people have been lying to pollsters now for several years, especially when it comes to Donald Trump. How close it is and where it's close. If it's close in a Republican state like Georgia, if it's close in a Democrat state like Pennsylvania, I think those give two different answers in terms of the reaction that the different parties give. I will caution, I encourage people to consider this. Donald Trump got asked a question during his McDonald's impromptu presser. Would he accept the outcome of election? He said, yes, if it's fair. I think most Democrats that have been asked the same question have been giving the same answer. They've asked a whole bunch of House members over the weekend, would you vote to certify Donald Trump? And their answer is, well, if it's a fair election, it depends on if it's a fair election. I think that's the right answer to give. I wouldn't read automatically, I wouldn't draw a straight line from those answers into, say, civil unrest. But look, I hope it goes smoothly. I hope there's a clear-cut winner. I hope it's quick. I hope we don't have to wait 5 days for Pennsylvania to count. That's a self-inflicted wound on the nation and inflicted on us by Pennsylvania. And I just hope there is whoever wins gracefully, whoever loses accepts the outcome.
A shade away from what we're talking about here, Mick, you might have seen this paper from Bruce Melman that was making the rounds and in some of the tip sheets this morning. It's titled The 9-Week Slog, and it looks at what happens between the election and January 6th. Are you of the mind that this election is decided before January 5th or after?
Oh, I think I hope it's decided before that. I mean, look, we forget. We don't
ballot box or courthouse, I guess is my question, Mick.
Ballot box. Although, I mean, look, in 2000, it went 46 days before we knew who was the president, and the country managed to get through that. Draw some conclusions that maybe that's where the country sort of started to move apart. I don't know. It's a fascinating academic conversation, but look, I'm one of the folks rooting, as I know a lot of folks are, for some clean-cut decisions. Yes, no, Harris, Trump, whatever. I'm obviously rooting for Donald Trump because I'm a Republican, but I'd like to see some very clean elections, some quick decisions, and then whoever loses say, you know what, I fought my best, let's move on together.
And that's just the presidential race, of course, Mick. There's also the balance of the House and Senate to consider as well. Would you be feeling better right now if you were Mike Johnson or Hakeem Jeffries?
Oh, that's a great question, Kaylee. I don't. Listen, you never know, and here's why. So many of those races, especially the close races, are local. And I know that sounds sort of axiomatic and doesn't, not very insightful, but it really is. I remember talking to Kevin McCarthy, before my race in 2010. I didn't know Kevin very well. He's like, well, it looks like it's going to be a nail biter, because that's what everybody was telling him. But we knew it was different down here. Sometimes the folks who are down in the trenches in those House races are going to know more about their race than anybody else. There's folks out there right now, Republicans, who we think are going to win, who are really, really afraid. Conversely, there's some Republicans out there who think, or Democrats who think they're going to win, who probably won't. You just can't. It doesn't filter up like the governor's races do, the Senate races, and certainly the presidential race. So there was going to be half a dozen or so surprises on election night in the House. And I flip a coin. The country is divided. There's just no question about it. It's really, really narrowly divided. And that will be reflected, obviously, in the presidential race, but in those House races as well. My guess is there's 2 or 3 dozen races decided by less than 1 point.
Pretty amazing to see what's happening on the Senate side, too. Before you joined us, Mick, we were talking about these changes, re-ratings by Cook. Pennsylvania Senate goes from leans D to toss-up. Nebraska Senate goes from likely R to leans R. And you wonder how much the ground will be shifting under our feet between now and November 5th with only 2 weeks to go. Mick Mulvaney, thank you so much for joining us, as always, here on Balance of Power. Former Congressman, founder of the Freedom Caucus, former acting White House Chief of Staff. There was a time when he was the Trump whisperer, and I bet a lot of this sounds pretty familiar to him right now.
Yeah, well, few people know Donald Trump as well as Mick Mulvaney does as we assess his behavior and Harris's behavior, for that matter. Their closing messages in these final 15 days of the presidential race, with many voters already voting. Turnout records for early voting in Georgia and North Carolina. More than 1 million people in each state have already voted.
We're going to carry on the conversation with Jim Messina on the late edition of Balance of Power. We'll meet you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek, and yep, it's another Monday. In fact, it's Monday, October 21st. We're just a couple weeks away from the election.
You know, you don't even need to open up the app that you have on your phone, Carol. I can tell you we're 15 days away.
I didn't have to. It's just around the corner. Having said that, what an interesting market day.
Yeah.
Stocks, we're bouncing around. We're off our lows. But what's really interesting is what we're seeing in terms of the rate side of things. U.S. Treasury Treasury yields are up. A lot of commentary around where we might see the 10-year maybe in a few months. 5%, anyone? I mean, that conversation, that narrative, it's back.
Yeah, we'll talk to Liz McCormick about that in just a few minutes. Also, Tim Cook's got another big job. He's not just at the helm of Apple. He's been doing this for, well, close to 2 decades, Carol.
Yeah, this is an interesting story. It's among our most read on the Bloomberg as well. Also, we're going to get into the Elon Musk $1 million giveaway. Yep, as we said, political season, vote just a couple of weeks away.
Also, the CEO of Mass Mutual stops by, talking all about that $1 trillion in assets under management.
Yeah, that's a lot. And then Tesla, Boeing, UPS, a few more, Coca-Cola. Get ready for another big week when it comes to quarterly earnings. First up, though, let's get you going on this Monday with just about, 2 hours to go until the closing bell. Let's check in with Charlie.
All right, thank you very much. Happy Monday to you both. We have got the Dow, the S&P there, both lower. NASDAQ pushing higher. Right to the numbers here with NASDAQ up 19. That is a gain of just about 0.1%. The Dow lower by 13, down 0.2%, while the Dow lower by 325, a drop there of 0.8%. Bottom line here, S&P retreating from last week's record. Again, the S&P down by 0.2%. 10-year 4.17%, with a 2-year right now 4.01%. Spot gold little changed, up $1 the ounce, 27.22 on gold. West Texas Intermediate crude now surging 2.3%, 70.80 for a barrel of WTI. United Parcel Service has received a rare sell recommendation as Barclays expresses concern on the shipping giant's earnings ahead of third quarter results later in the week. UPS down now by 3%, FedEx lower by 2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much, Charlie Pellet there. Well, a Republican election sweep or even a Democratic wave could result in more fiscal stimulus, which would likely re-accelerate inflation and slow down the Fed's pace of interest rate cuts. That's according to Insight Investments' Brendan Murphy.
On that, among our most read on the Bloomberg Terminal, a story on how benchmark Treasury yields may soon hit a key level on the back of rising inflation expectations and concerns, Carol, over U.S. fiscal spending. This, according to T. Rowe Price.
Yeah, we've got a 10-year at 4.17. I just feel like everybody, right? It feels like everyone's weighing in on the election, the Treasury trade. So let's get to it because we knew we needed to talk U.S. debt and U.S. Treasury yields. With us in studios, Liz McCormick. She's Bloomberg News Chief Correspondent for Global Macro Markets. Liz, help me understand, because it feels like the talk around higher U.S. Treasury rates, I can't tell whether is this just outlying conversations or is it a new narrative kind of gaining momentum? And is there fundamentals backing it?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things. Like the story you mentioned was our esteemed Ruth Carson, who's in Singapore, talked to the folks at T. Rowe Price, and you have some people really worried that, let's say, there's a Trump win and put it in like a sweep, and he gets through all he wants, and there's a lot of fiscal spending, that long-term rates are going to go higher. So they're saying 5%. I mean, maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but there are a lot of people who say, juxtapose that the economy, like you guys have talked about, look at retail sales that we recently got. The consumer is hanging in. Talk today, maybe the Fed doesn't have to cut at each meeting. I'm not saying predicting that, but some are saying that. So then you add to that, what if we get another dose of fiscal stimulus, from more spending, and Treasury Department has to boost issuance? People are avoiding the long end. So I think that is a narrative some investors see, that's why they've long not favored long end, steeper curve kind of thing. But like we were saying, it's kind of a toss-up here. I mean, we know the predictions market, which someone told me this weekend. I don't go by that. They're not right. But who knows?
We got a lot of pushback last week on Twitter.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about this.
People pointing out, hey, just because people think something will happen doesn't necessarily mean they're going to vote that way.
Exactly. We've been trying to debunk, like, what's, should we pay attention? What does it do? What's the value of it? Or understand, like, what it actually means, right? In kind of these election betting markets, or so it seems. Help me understand the debt problem. Why, I know we've had this conversation, so forgive me for going there again, but why it would be different this time around. We talk about, we've all been doing this a while, that you go back a few years, every conversation dealt with the debt in Washington, and then it went away. And of course, we have had very cheap money, so servicing the debt maybe wasn't such a problem. I don't know. Why would, though, the U.S. debt problem be different this time around?
Yeah, and I'm one of those who was always the one harping about the debt and fiscal, and people are like, nobody cares, right? So let's back up a little. Remember, Carol, last fall, when the Treasury Department was increasing note and bond sales at a pretty hefty clip, and rates started really taking off. Now, they subsequently slowed that down. They felt like they're in a better fiscal spot. But we kind of got a wave of, hey, people care. So it went away a little bit. Then we went to Fed cutting rates. Okay, we're okay now. Like you said, that's changed. Rates are going up. And I think now, I was just reading in a Goldman Sachs research note that we have, among all the things we have, a Treasury Department, what we call refunding coming on the 30th. So that's next week, right? Wednesday, where they announce, hey, these are our plans for the whole quarter, what we're going to sell for note and bond auctions. So they've been keeping those steady and saying they'll be steady for the next several quarters. So Goldman Sachs was saying, hey, let's see what they have to say. They didn't give a prediction, but talk about the market getting ginned up and worried about debt, deficit, supply. If the Treasury kind of tones down that language and says, not for several quarters, you know how people watch this very finely. Right. If the Treasury Department says, we might keep note and bond sales steady for a little bit or whatever. They take out several quarters. So people thought, because people think eventually there's more coming. Right now it seems like well into 2025.
Yeah.
But we could get a little scare there.
You know, it's not a political question, Liz, but if you were advising both presidential candidates to try to convince people about why they actually should care about the deficit, what's the argument you would make?
Well, because number one, eventually, and it may have gone on for a while, but like Carol said, we also had uber low rates that helped the Treasury borrow very low. So as we were borrowing more, our interest costs went down for a while. Now that's catapulted up. But I would say it matters because eventually, you know, you're going to be paying higher interest on your debt, which they are. So it's like you paying just the interest on your mortgage, and your mortgage principal isn't going down. Eventually, that
and you can't spend money on other stuff.
Exactly.
And that means the U.S. government, even if presidential candidates are promising you the world, they're not going to have the money to be able to spend on these programs.
Of course, exactly, because we have entitlements, which those costs have been going up, and you really, you know, those can't be cut. So, you know, other things they want to do eventually, like they always say, spending isn't always bad if it's going to things for productive things, roads and bridges, etc. But when you're spending just to pay the interest on your debt, that's not productive spending, right? So that's going to hurt your economy eventually. Higher rates slow the economy. It kind of swirls all together.
Foreign investors, though, still buying U.S. debt? Like, does the U.S. government have any trouble selling it?
Well, I don't think so, but we have seen some sloppy auctions, right?
Yeah.
Treasury Department always sells their debt. I won't say the firm because I'm forgetting the name, did a great analysis on there's been a lot more volatility, and they call it the tails.
Yeah.
Like, you know, where you thought the auction was going to go compared to where it was. So we're seeing more volatility. Like I said, last fall, it was a bit of a scare. You know, Treasury, these auction rates are going up. And so I think you could see, let's say, more digestion problems of all the debt.
One last quick question. Have we ever, you know, government in the past managing debt in a high U.S. Treasury yield environment? Like we've talked about mortgages at one point being 15, 17%. We've had different rate environments. How did the U.S. government do, or is it not a fair comparison because the debt wasn't so much?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, I was looking at something old, and they were talking about it, and they're like, the deficit is $300 billion. I'm like, who can? Wish we had that. You know what I mean? So
sounds manageable, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing. You know?
Okay, so not the same. Not even
the
close.
same. Yeah.
You're the best. Thank you, Liz McCormick, Bloomberg News chief correspondent for global macro markets. All right, let's get to from a most read on U.S. Treasury yields to another story on the Bloomberg that Tim is definitely catching Wall Street's attention today.
And that's about Tim Cook's other big job, which is helping Nike. The team of Kim Basine, Lily Meyer, and Mark Gurman out with a new story on how the introduction of a new iPad lineup back at Apple's California headquarters a few months ago. It was not the only thing that was on the mind of Apple CEO Tim Cook. For a clue, Carol, all you had to do was check out the kicks on his feet.
Check out the kicks. All right, let's get more on this story and a look at some of the other reporting that's out there about the world's largest market cap company. We are, of course, talking Apple. With us is Bloomberg News chief technology correspondent Mark Gurman. He's out there in Los Angeles. Mark, Tim Cook has a really big job steering Apple, yet now it sounds like he's been giving an assist to Nike for some time. Tell us about the clue on Tim Cook's feet and why he has provided help to Nike for some time here.
I think most people don't know that Tim Cook is actually been a board member at Nike since 2005, right? And I think most people don't know that a few years ago he was appointed as the lead independent board director at Nike, and he has been instrumental in some of the executive shifts you've seen there, from the hiring and firing of John Donahoe, who's the ex-CEO of eBay, and to the appointment of Elliott Hill as the new CEO just a few weeks ago. So certainly he has been pretty involved. Of course, he should be as a board member, but his influence at Nike is stronger than the rest of the people on that team.
Okay, so take us back to 2005, Mark, and help us understand the history of Tim Cook at Nike. I mean, Tim Cook is a household name, I think it's fair to say today, but back in 2005, I mean, he was not known to people who were not covering Apple very closely. What was he doing at Nike on the board back in 2005?
You're right, 2005, let me set the scene here. They had just started formal development of the iPhone. Steve Jobs was still at his pinnacle as CEO of Apple. The iPod was a high flyer. The Mac was on track to make big improvements when they transitioned to Intel a year after that. And at the time, Cook was the COO, the Chief Operating Officer of Apple. He ran the supply chain, he ran AppleCare, day-to-day operations, obviously the Mac division as being part of that. But yeah, not a big name. A couple of years after that, that's when you saw Nike and Apple begin to partner. They released a pedometer that you can put at the bottom of your Nike shoe that would sync your fitness data to an iPod at the time. Many years later, of course, the Apple Watch came to fruition, and they had the Nike Plus partnership and released several new Apple Watch models with customized bands and watch faces and Nike-centric fitness applications. So certainly the partnerships are run deep at Nike, and the inception of that is probably Tim Cook coming on board in 2005.
I actually had that pedometer, Carol.
Did you really?
Yeah,
Of course you
pulled
did.
the soul out of your.
I did too.
You know, the
I did
insole.
too.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm glad. You're speaking my language.
Did you like
here,
it?
Mark. It was cool. I mean, there was like a little cutout in the bottom of the shoe where you put the insole on top of, and that was where you put this little pedometer. You pulled out like a little piece of foam to put it in.
Our
It
YouTube
was like a good
producer-
indication of things to come.
Our YouTube producer Elizabeth also had it. So you guys, it sounds like, did they sell that many of them, Mark?
No, it was a bit of a dud, right?
Oh, okay.
It was popular in terms of their
The three of
marketing,
you.
and it led to bigger things down the road. But from a commercial standpoint, was a bit of a dud. They discontinued it after a few years. But there were people. I mean, it was probably bigger for Nike than it was for Apple, if I'm being honest with you. I feel like a lot of people owned iPods, right? And this partnership inspired people to buy Nike shoes. It wasn't as much as Nike customers being inspired to buy iPods, right? So I think for Nike, it may have been a success. For Apple, it was a little bit of a showcase for.
Sounds like we lost Mark there. We're going to work to get him back, Carol. But I think the next question that I had for Mark is, when close to 20 years later, how is Tim Cook and how is Nike going to try to do that again, get more people to buy more shoes? Because that is fundamentally the issue. And as Tim Cook is an independent director at the company's board, that's certainly in his best interest.
Well, and I feel like Nike is always, when you think about folks in this, marketplace, when it comes to that area specifically, running shoes, sneakers, all that good stuff, athleisure, Nike seems to be the company to beat. But we've talked about several times on our air about some of the, difficult times that Nike is facing, even though they are a huge player. The Chinese market certainly has been one of their rougher spots. And what's interesting is, and I'm hoping we can get back to Mark, one of the things I want to know is, what Cook's presence meant, or what it was like to have him there at the Oregon headquarters of Nike, whether it was welcomed, whether he popped around, kind of jumping in on different projects. Listen, certainly if you go to, at this point, you think about, Tim Cook, a household name, but also someone who steered Apple incredibly well after Steve Jobs, which was so identified, of course, with Apple.
Yeah, the question is,
what
what is Nike going to be able to do now that it's going through its own version of a tumultuous history? Remember the Fuel Band? Did you ever see this thing, Nike Fuel Band?
No.
Okay, it's like not really a smartwatch,
Maybe
kind
I
of a
did.
smartwatch.
Yeah.
Back in 2016. Nike was trying to make its own version of wearable technology. Splashy intro, little less than 10 years ago. It never really caught on. Tim Cook had one, though.
Did he?
Yeah, I mean, they've always had this close relationship.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs, close with Disney and, with entertainment companies down in LA. There's on these boards, right? When these executives go and take part on these boards, like, there is some cross-pollination.
Yeah, absolutely. And, speaking of cross-pollination, this said, as Nike invested in revamping its digital ecosystem in China, including its online shop and more, execs in Nike's tech division would often quote Cook's strategy of following the law in the regions it operates. And we have reconnected with Mark Gurman, Bloomberg News Chief Technology Correspondent. Hey, Mark, I am curious, how do the folks at Nike, does Tim Cook walk the offices of Nike? Do they like it? Do they take his input on a lot of different things? How does that work?
Well, I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Tim Cook, is known to walk the offices in Oregon, right, where Nike has its research and development facilities. He's paid close attention to their retail stores. He's given suggestions about how the retail store should look and operate. Obviously, Cook runs one of the biggest networks of retail stores globally, right, and maybe the most profitable and highest revenue-driving stores in the world. So he does have some good ideas there and a ton of experience in the retail world, right? Obviously, operations. You mentioned his input on the tech division. You mentioned his input on China and the sales there. Obviously, Apple has gone through its fair share of controversies in China, but also Greater China is the company's third biggest market. So he has some unique insights there as well. One interesting thing is over the course of Apple's product development, Steve Jobs set an idea that all of the company's products should be able to fit on a table, right? You don't want to flood the market with products. And Tim Cook has pushed Nike to try to do the same as a board member, trying to get them to stick to their core competencies and not go far out into different areas where they may not be successful, not to load up on too many products. And so you've seen his impact there where they've sort of pared down the line to focus.
Mark, Apple is a $3.6 trillion company. They've got 100,000 employees around the world. They're facing their own challenges when it comes to their own products. Is there any concern that Tim Cook might get distracted by trying to help Nike?
I don't think so. Tim Cook gives himself so many hours in the day, right? He wakes up before 5 a.m., probably goes to sleep quite late, probably barely sleeps. I don't think there's any issue there. Remember, when you're a board member, you're probably doing 4 to 5 meetings a year with the company that you're working with. It's not taking up that much time. Oregon, obviously, is only a short flight away from Cupertino. It's probably less than an hour flight, especially on the private jet. And you certainly, obviously, can call in remotely if necessary. And the other thing I would say here is that there are plenty of CEOs who serve on boards of other companies, and it is rarely an issue outside of competition between the two companies. If you have a board member who has a product that competes with a product from another company that you sit on the board of, and so I don't really foresee that happening with Nike at this point, even though they both have similar fitness tracking technologies. They're more partners than rivals. So, no, I don't think it's a big deal.
Sometimes, Carol, there are even CEOs of publicly traded companies that are CEOs or heads of other companies also. Hello, Elon Musk.
Oh,
yeah. He's got his hands
We'll come up a little bit later,
Yes.
Just in maybe about 20 minutes here. Mark Gurman, thank you so much. On video, on TV, on streaming, on the phone, we'll take you any way we can get you. Mark Gurman is Chief Technology Correspondent at Bloomberg News, joining us from Los Angeles. Do be sure to check out that story. Great read, great insight, and like, who'da thunk, who'da knew? Like, who knew? Who'da knew? Who knew?
Mark knew.
Mark knew. Along with Kim Basine and Lily Meyer, that story is a great one. All right, everybody. Coming up when we come back, the chairman, president, and CEO of Mass Mutual and amassing $1 trillion in protection. And we're going to ask him maybe about AI, too.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ holding on to a gain, barely up less than 0.1%. But both the Dow and the S&P 500 index, they are both lower. Russell 2000 index down now by 1.5%. To put that in context, the S&P is down 16, down 0.3%. The Dow is down 329, a decline of 0.8%. 10-year at 4.17% with a 2-year 4.02%. Gold just about flat on the day, down $1 the ounce now to $27.20, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 2%, $70.60 for a barrel of WTI. After more than 4 years of waging a public battle with activist investor Elliott Investment Management, low-cost pioneer Southwest Airlines may finally be heading toward a truce. Sources tell Bloomberg the two sides have been discussing a potential settlement that would avoid a proxy fight for control of the airline's board. Shares of Southwest Airlines, they're down today by 2.1%. But flying in the other direction, Spirit Airlines surging now by 52%. The struggling carrier has reached an agreement with the U.S. Bank National Association, extending a key deadline to restructure debt. Again, shares of Spirit, which uses the ticker SAVE, up by 50.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. If you never want to miss Bloomberg Business Week or a story in Bloomberg Business Week, become a subscriber today. You'll unlock deep reporting and analysis from reporters around the world, including unlimited access to Business Week. Check out our offers right now at Bloomberg.com/subscribe now.
All right, everybody. So we talk a lot about insurance lately. Often involves the cost of back-to-back hurricanes, the skyrocketing cost of home insurance just generally. Even reading in this morning, there's this story in the New York Times that talked about motor vehicle insurance premiums rising more than 50% in just the last 3 years.
My dad sent that to my whole family.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they were talking about $20,000 for a family that obviously had some kids who just started driving. But that 50% rise in the last 3 years, that's according to CPI data. We all have lots of reporting here at Bloomberg on that and some thoughts on that as well. Right now, we're tapping into the insurance world, but not the area that's gotten all that attention as of late. Instead, we're looking at life insurance, something that many Americans have or consider having. So let's get to our interview. With us right now is the Chairman, President, and CEO of Mass Mutual. They do provide financial products such as life insurance, disability, income insurance, long-term care insurance, and also annuities. Roger Crandall is the head of the company. He joins us from Mass Mutual headquarters in Springfield, Massachusetts. Roger, great to have you here on Bloomberg Business Week. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, great to have you here. A lot we want to get to. I have to ask you, and I know it's not your world, but our lead up, our intro into you, because you're someone who understands the insurance space more broadly, some of the trends. I got to ask, why has it that so many different areas of insurance have gotten so expensive? What do you hear from different, peers in the industry about what's going on? And I understand climate change and storms, but is there something more going on?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I think it starts with something that's on all of our policyholders' minds when we talk to them about their financial plans, and that's just the level of prices and inflation over the last several years. So, you have damage to an automobile, damage to a home. It just costs more to fix it. So that is clearly part of what's happened. You had all the supply chain disruption of COVID was part of that, obviously. You've also had the situation when interest rates collapsed. Insurers, property and casualty insurers in particular, who carry mostly short-term bonds, really saw their income fall. It's only now started to go back up as the Fed has been kind of raising rates. So a little bit of a perfect storm: climate change, storms, high costs to replace, and then kind of damage on the capital side from interest rate changes as well. So we are not in that business, as you said. We're in the life insurance business, and luckily people are living longer every day. So life insurance has actually gotten more affordable over the last 5 to 10 years. So no reason for everybody not to have adequate coverage for their loved ones.
Does everyone need adequate coverage, though? And the reason I ask this is because life insurance really didn't get on my radar until I had dependents. And we hear a lot about people not having as many kids, Americans not having kids or waiting longer to have kids. If people don't have kids, do they need life insurance?
Yeah, well, I think everybody has people in their lives that matter, or causes or philanthropy in their life that matters. So I don't know a single family who has a life insurance policy pay that isn't happy to have at a time of real emotional stress, some financial stress kind of taken off their shoulders. So I think everybody should be thinking about it. And it's also one of the only things that the longer you wait, with certainty I can tell you, the more it will cost. Because the best time to buy life insurance is when you're young and healthy. If you wait till you're older, it gets more expensive. And unfortunately, if you get very ill, it can become actually unattainable at all. So I think everybody should think about having some coverage. And you can buy a policy that can be converted into a permanent policy, which is particularly effective for folks for longer term kind of objectives. So, there are 100 million Americans who either think they need more life insurance or who don't have insurance, and they all tell us one way or another they would like to get covered. So it's up to us to make it easier for them to do that and make sure that they've got financial professionals to talk to that can help them.
One thing that was interesting in my process of buying this, 6, 7 years ago, Carol, is that there's gender differences too. So my wife and I are pretty much the same age. There's a month difference from, our birthdays. But her policy is less expensive than my policy.
That's because we're stronger and better, and we're going to live longer. That's just how it comes out. I'm just going to put it out there. What's your advice to somebody, right? Like, good companies, they provide life insurance for their employees. You might have to pay a little bit into it. The difference between going that route and then just going on your own from the get-go.
Yeah. Well, I think for those of us that are fortunate enough to work for companies like Bloomberg and like MassMutual that do offer that, absolutely, I think people should be taking advantage of it at the workplace. But frequently, you may want to consider having more or different types of coverage. You mentioned disability income insurance kind of in the intro. I think that's a very much underappreciated type of coverage. For most younger folks, the biggest asset they have is their ability to keep working. So that's an example of one where some additional coverage could make sense. But I think it really needs to be customized for everybody's experience. And one of the gifts that I give, I've got a stepson rather, getting married. I gave both he and his fiance a MassMutual policy as their engagement gift. And guess what? The young woman gets more coverage for the same dollars as the young man, because women do in fact live longer. Our oldest policyholder today is a woman. She's 102, and she's had her policy for 91 years. So it's kind of a remarkable how long-term insurance can be.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, who needs another piece of silver that you have to polish? I would take the life insurance policy. Having said that, I do want to put out just full disclosure that Bloomberg does work with you guys, MassMutual, in terms of offering up employees different benefits that you guys provide. So I just wanted to put that out, full transparency. Tim, I know you have another question.
Yeah, Roger, is there a better way to do this? Is there a better way to understand risk using technology and AI? I mean, when I got my policy 6, 7 years ago, somebody showed up to my apartment, took my blood, did my blood pressure. But, that doesn't really create an accurate risk profile of what I do day to day versus what, the other 40-something does day to day. Isn't there a better way to use tech and AI to figure out these actuarial tables?
Well, I mean, I think the answer is maybe. So certainly we can do things like be able to look at electronic health records more quickly to be able to assess risk. Because what we're trying to do is offer everybody the lowest possible cost of insurance. And that's the difference between buying an individual policy from a company like MassMutual versus what you get at work. At work, by definition, you've got to spread the risk over the entire insured kind of population. And that works really well on average. But for certain individuals, you may actually be able to get lower cost coverage by being underwritten yourself. So we are trying very hard to figure out how we can do things that are less invasive than having somebody come and take blood and other bodily fluids. That is still a very good way to assess risk. But AI is starting to change things. Maybe not as much in the underwriting. It's doing some there. Of course, it's really going to ultimately change how the business works on a day-to-day business. Our business is no different than any others, with Gen AI really beginning to make differences.
Hey, Roger, a couple things in the nitty-gritty of your business I want to ask you. You guys are a notable player in the pension risk transfer market. So basically, an insurer takes on a company's pension assets and liabilities. What's the outlook for these sales?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, most companies that still have a a defined benefit pension plan, and most of them are closed to new folks entering. It's not their core competency, right? It's our core competency to manage investment risk and mortality risk. So it really makes a lot of sense for insurers like MassMutual to carry that risk as opposed to an operating business that's really thinking about how to win and compete in their market kind of every day. So we see the market is going to continue to grow. The fact that equity markets have done well and interest rates have stabilized have left the funding status of plans generally in better shape. So we expect that there's going to be a fair amount of this business over the years ahead. And again, fundamentally, this is what we do every day. So we're a very good holder of that type of risk compared to the typical corporation that has to think about all their other things and not have to think about things like life expectancy, matching durations of assets and liabilities, and risk of their bond portfolios.
All right, but I also I want to kind of as a follow your own portfolio to make sure you guys meet all of these liabilities. You guys play in the private debt market. It's something we talk about all the time here at Bloomberg. How have those investments performed? What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, those investments have performed wonderfully for a long period of time. I actually started at MassMutual in a training program in 1988 doing private lending, first in the commercial mortgage business and then in what we used to call private placements, now you would call private credit. The key is you have to match the duration of your assets and liabilities, and if you have long-term liabilities like pension risk transfer or like life insurance, then you can afford to take illiquidity risk and get paid a premium. And fundamentally what we do for our policyholders over a very long period of time, and we've paid the best dividend in our industry for 18 years in a row, is we monetize that illiquidity premium for their benefit. So you just have to really be careful that you understand your liquidity needs to match your liabilities. Really tough for someone who has short-term liabilities to do that longer-term kind of lending, but for someone like us with long-term liabilities, it really is a very nice match. So we have decades of experience in the asset class, and it's performed exceptionally well over time, giving us higher returns and very low losses because of the value of collateral or covenants in the case of a corporate deal.
No worry that that's topping out. I mean, as more and more investors and folks in traditional financial establishment get into the private credit market, no worry that some of those returns and gains that you guys have benefited from, that maybe they're topping out. And forgive me, just got about 40 seconds.
Sure. Well, I worry for a living, so yes.
That's the insurance market.
Yeah, exactly. But I would say, I think if you stick to fundamentals and follow the cash flows, there's still attractive opportunities there. There are times when there's more money coming in, there's time when there's money moving out, but we're very comfortable with the opportunities we're seeing and the quality of our portfolio.
All right, gonna leave it there. Great. Look forward to, and I hope you'll come back soon. Roger Crandall, Chairman, President, and CEO of MassMutual, joining us from their headquarters.
Hey, attention New England listeners. You can hear Bloomberg Radio in and around Boston on 92.9 FM. It's your news source for business news from around the financial center of New England. Bloomberg Radio, 92.9 FM. In Boston.
Yeah, and Roger Crandall, of course, coming to us from Springfield, Massachusetts.
MassMutual.
MassMutual.
I see what they did there.
You see what they did?
Yeah.
You like how that works. Hey, still ahead, everybody. How about $1 million to sign a petition for free speech? Would you do it, Tim Stenovic?
I'm not even allowed to answer this.
You're not, I guess.
No, we can't answer this question.
Might get you into trouble.
It is $1 million.
That story. It is $1 million. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got NASDAQ back in the red. The Dow, the S&P, they're both lower as well. The Russell 2000 slumping now by 1.5%. Small cap shares moving lower. To put that in context, S&P right now down by 0.3%. Dow Jones Industrial Average also declining, down 353, down by 0.8%. NASDAQ flat on the day, little changed, down now by just about 4 points. 10-year 4.17% with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.02%. Gold down $2 the ounce, $27.19, down by about 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.1%, $70.66 for a barrel of WTI. On a down day for much of the market, we have got Boeing shares advancing by 2.9%. Boeing and the union, representing 33,000 striking members, have hammered out a tentative new agreement that ratchets up pay by 35% over 4 years, an unprecedented wage increase. Boeing shares, again, they're advancing by 2.9%. Recapping, S&P down 20, lower by 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, let's get the latest on politics. And one thing that definitely caught our radar on this Monday, Elon Musk saying that the Super Political Action Committee he created will give away $1 million daily until Election Day to a signatory of a petition calling for free speech and the right to bear arms. The pro-Donald Trump group, it's called America PAC, will pick a random registered voter in swing states to win the prize through November 5th. And Elon Musk, Tim, he put this out on a post on X. No surprise there.
Well, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, a Democrat who previously served as the swing state's attorney general, said Musk's promise giveaway raises, quote, some serious questions. He spoke on NBC's Meet the Press over the weekend.
I think there are real questions with how he is spending money in this race, how the dark money is flowing, not just into Pennsylvania, but apparently now into the pockets of Pennsylvanians. That is deeply concerning. I think it's something that law enforcement could take a look at. I'm not the Attorney General anymore of Pennsylvania. I'm the governor, but it does raise some serious questions.
All right, that is Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro on NBC's Meet the Press over the weekend. We wanted to know more, really, about what, if any, legal concerns exist around Musk's plans. With us on that is Bloomberg News legal team leader Sarah Forden, usually based in our Washington, D.C. bureau, but we find her here in our New York studio, which we are delighted to have you here. Sarah, are there any legal concerns? What do we know about this, and what might be the legal implications for Donald Trump and his campaign?
So yes, absolutely. There are important legal questions here. There is a federal law that prevents anyone from paying somebody or giving them other incentives to register to vote. So that is clear. The question is whether paying somebody, offering a sweepstakes of $1 million to sign a petition, whether that in itself could constitute an incentive for someone to say, hey, I'm going to go register so I can win the sweepstakes. So it's coming up very close to the line. We have polled legal experts on this, and they are divided. Some people say, no, it's not quite there, but it looks, bad. It's not the spirit of our election. Others are saying this is a clear violation. And in fact, the DOJ has come out saying you can't provide incentives. And we had a case back in 2008 where consumer companies like Starbucks and Ben & Jerry's were offering people ice cream and free coffee if they showed their I voted sticker, and they had to back off on that and open up the offer to everybody, regardless of whether they voted or not, because they risked violating a federal law.
Yeah, but the question is if you're the wealthiest person in the world and you're 15 days away from an election that you deem is crucial and you want it to go a certain way, does it really matter that what he's doing could be viewed as something that's not allowed? Are there any consequences here?
Well, so what we're seeing is really unprecedented for American elections. I mean, this is like turning our political process into a sweepstakes, and this is the implication of having a big megaphone, like a platform like X, and big money that you can spread around like this. So I think there's going to be a lot of grappling with this issue and how we're going to grapple with it as a country and as a political system going forward.
Well, and to Tim's point, Sarah, I think about, okay, so he does it, and so there'll be a lawsuit down the road or something like.
Yeah.
We see this.
Maybe potentially after an election that we have no idea how it's going to play out, but and we have no idea if this will actually work to get Trump elected, which is his goal.
Exactly.
But if that is the ultimate consequence of this, then I would imagine he probably doesn't care what price he has to pay.
That's the point. Like, so what? Like, if it influences the election, I mean, I don't know. Could we then have a lawsuit a month later or 2 months later that says, okay, wait a minute, now we need to rethink the outcome? Like, or
a presidential pardon?
Right.
Well, on the legal team, we are bracing for all the legal consequences and implications of the issues that are being raised in this election. We've seen over 160 cases filed already. The whole effort seems to be to throw doubt on the outcome. This is an neck and neck race, so the stakes are really high on both sides.
Does that mean that after the night, I mean, we've all talked about this in the newsroom, we've talked about it on air, that the night of the election, many don't expect that we're going to have some kind of outcome. I don't know if that's the case, but there's just a lot of conversation around it. But because of these lawsuits, does that also put off us really knowing who will be in the White House?
Potentially, yes. Yeah. So we could see, days and just vote counting and getting the tallies because of the process and the need to count, the mail-in ballots and the overseas votes and all of that. And then the issues, which are ranging from, voter registration, calling the forms. We even have DOJ involved in 2 cases in Virginia and in Alabama. So there's, I think the focus of this election, my prediction is very quickly going to turn to the legal process and how it withstands this pressure.
Where does that legal process play out? Where geographically, but also where in the court system?
Well, it could start in even county and state courts. It can move into federal courts, and we're even working on the potential that it goes to the Supreme Court. We've already written some stories about that. We don't know exactly which cases are likely to flare up, because it also depends on how close the votes are in which states and what issues are brought up around those
and how
votes.
close votes are would trigger certain different types of outcomes, i.e. recounts and the like.
Exactly. Recounts and potential challenges to the results. So we're also looking at the certification process very closely, and whether states are going to perform their traditional function of certifying the vote. There's been a lot of criticism and questioning thrown on that process itself. So there are a lot of possibilities. Probably the only thing that would forestall this scenario is if there's a landslide result. And we don't know if we can fully believe the polls, but they're telling us that we are in a neck and neck.
I mean, it comes down to ultimately all this litigation, essentially. And is there more litigation, to be fair and to be not political? Is it just coming from one side of the political aisle, or is it both sides?
So our tally just on these first cases that have been filed, about over 160 cases, are that it's more than 50% RNC and RNC affiliated groups, but there are also Democratic cases that are being pursued. So it's both sides.
And this is ultimately about what votes get counted, right? I mean, potentially all this litigation.
It's really coming down to, yes, all the votes and who can cast them and whether they've been correctly cast.
That's the question I wanted to ask now. I mean, are there instances already of people not being able to cast votes or cast their ballot because of certain restrictions that have been put in place, voter ID laws, or does that stuff come after the election and this stuff gets like sort of cross-checked?
Well, so the 2 cases that the DOJ stepped in on, and we have to say they've been very careful to be apolitical and not put their thumb on the scale, but in Virginia and in Alabama, there were examples of the states culling voters from the polls on the, thinking that there were voters who weren't citizens and weren't legally eligible to vote. But in fact, they found they were striking registered, citizens from the polls. So they had to stop that.
I don't know if I'm confusing art, with life or reality.
What are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Remember when Larry, he couldn't give out water?
It's the premise of season 12, I believe, or season 11 is the final season.
But this was a real issue. So if you can't give out water, one would assume, going back to Elon where we started, that you couldn't
give $1 million.
Hey, I mean, you can't drink $1 million, Carol. Okay?
Don't be reasonable.
Sorry. On a hot day, you can't drink $1 million.
Well, in what's already been a very interesting election year, and we're not even done, and we know it sounds like it's going to take a little bit while to figure it out. We really appreciate you weighing in. Sarah,
Thanks for having me.
You bet. Sarah Forden, legal team leader at Bloomberg News here in our New York studio, usually in our Washington, D.C. bureau, but for all of our political coverage, be sure to check it out at Bloomberg.com. When we come back, from All In on Politics to Tim, All In on Earnings.
Yeah, another big batch of quarterly updates from a host of household names, our earnings watch list when we come back. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you know Bloomberg Business Week. You know Business Week magazine so well. We write about a lot of different companies. We tap into earnings. We always do it in an interesting way. And if you never, ever, ever, and why would you want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, you can become a subscriber today. Get into all of the deep reporting, deep analysis that our reporters around the globe do. And this means you can get unlimited access to all Bloomberg Business Week stories. So check out our offers right now on Bloomberg.com/subscribe now, and you can tap into everything that the team in the magazine brings you on a regular basis.
Well, earnings season kicked off this month. We got some very strong results from financials, and excluding two large charges, EPS growth already exceeding preseason expectations. That's according to Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Martin-Adams.
Some caveats, right?
Yeah.
As Gina always does, like kind of looks at the big picture and then always kind of pulls out things that might be kind of aberrations. So far, about 76% of companies beat EPS consensus for the index overall, below the post-pandemic average of nearly 79%. Only about 15.5% missed the mark versus the average 17.3%. Less than 100 companies in the S&P, though, have reported so far, but this is a busy week.
This is a busy week. We got a lot to come, including Tesla, Boeing, UPS, Coca-Cola, and more. We've got with us Bloomberg News earnings reporter Red Brown. on what to watch out for. Some big ones that Carol mentioned, some big ones that I mentioned, Red. What's on your radar for earnings this week?
This is the week of planes, trains, and automobiles, so it should be very fun.
Movie.
I mean, the big name obviously is Tesla. There's a lot of interest with the company just with recent news. We're kind of expecting this to be potentially a little bit of the We Robot Part 2. Maybe we can finally get some answers to those questions that we didn't get. A lot of analysts were clamoring for more financial details about how the robo-taxis will actually work, where will it impact the company. And then besides maybe some of those more thematic stories with Tesla, we're also going to get to see the automotive gross margin is the kind of the financial metric that people want to be paying attention to.
Right.
The reason being it could potentially expand sequentially, which would be great news for the company.
Because they're charging more or what?
Well, a lot of it's, well, remember, they've been charging so much less for so long.
That's why I'm curious. Like, where's it coming from?
And that story is kind of petered out, though, right? So
Okay.
some of that pricing pressure has come off. They did increase production, so that will help with their fixed costs, right? And more cars coming off the same factory lines.
Right.
That'll help with the margins as well. And then actually, maybe the flashy event was it got more people to sign up for their full self-driving, actually help drive subscriptions, which is immediate benefit to the gross margins there.
You know what I want to know? You know what we want to know?
You know what I want
The
to know?
robot?
No.
Oh, I want to know about
If
the
I were an
robot that got
analyst-
like the human assist.
If I were an analyst, I'd be wondering, is Elon Musk creating demand or is he hampering demand with what he's doing with the election, ahead of the election?
Oh, whether or not, because remember
you
we've done the
people out
story
there-
about the Elon haters, right?
You have, and that was
Yeah.
before he went all in. We live in a very divided country.
Yeah.
As Michael Jordan said, Republicans and Democrats wear Nikes, wear sneakers, or whatever,
Republicans
right?
and Democrats buy Teslas.
I don't know.
I did just see a Tesla with a bumper sticker that said, "I bought this before Elon went crazy" yesterday. So I don't know. Yeah.
Nice,
On my way back.
anecdotal, like information. All right, who else do we have to watch out? Boeing is a big one.
Yeah, Boeing, I think, is the other real curiosity for this week, just because a lot of positive news stories in the past couple of weeks. It seems like they're starting to answer some questions. The job cut, 10% of the workforce is going to be reduced in the coming weeks. Analysts in the market tended to kind of take that as a positive news. It's starting to help them prune and streamline some of the business. They also issued preliminary results that showed the cash burn was a lot less than what they were expecting. It was only $1.3 billion. Analysts were calling for well over $3 billion. A really positive data point for them as well.
And workers, right? The Boeing workers vote on the contract the day of earnings, right?
Exactly. So again, just kind of they are starting to kind of like tick things off the to-do list. I read one analyst report who was kind of saying that they're getting all of this, quote unquote, bad news out of the way, kind of clears the slate for potentially some good news out of that result.
Okay, talked about a couple of the companies you mentioned, Tesla and Boeing. There's so many. I kind of want to give you the choice of where you want to go.
Trains, planes,
Red.
and automobiles.
Yeah,
We haven't done trains yet.
Can we do
Okay,
it?
Norfolk Southern.
We can do Norfolk Southern.
Let's do it.
So they actually are expected to post pretty steady progress in at least the third quarter. But when we look out into the fourth quarter, there was just those major events between the hurricanes, also the port strikes.
Right.
Didn't maybe last as long as we were expecting and have the meaningful impact or negative impact that a lot of people were worried about, but could kind of temper results when we look into the fourth quarter. But also has their own logistics would be UPS. Really, really good expectations for UPS. Expected to grow profits for the first time in 6 quarters. That'll be around 3.6%. Just for context, earnings have shrank on average 32% in each of those past 6 quarters.
It's so funny. I always thought, they were like the ultimate online play, right? That we just were always going to be buying stuff. And you need somebody to deliver.
Yeah, what if it's
and you always
Amazon who's
thought-
delivering it to you?
I know, and
instead?
it's like this. It's just interesting to see how kind of the narrative has changed around that. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
well, there could be some positives with the e-commerce coming back, especially coming out of China. Between Temu and Shein, analysts are expecting that to actually kind of boost some of the losses and the weakness that they've seen in the air freight. But we have to remember there's a proposal by the Biden administration to potentially limit some of that shipping as well. So we'll see how that plays out and see if the company has any kind of insights into how they expect that to impact business.
Some good stuff. Good reports.
It's going to be a fun week.
It is going to be a fun week. Yeah, really, really smart reports. Thank you. Laying it out for us. Red Brown, earnings reporter here at Bloomberg News. For those of you watching on TV, the close is coming your way. Tim and I continuing on Bloomberg Business Week. What are we doing?
We're talking about what happens to Disney after Bob Iger. Also, we got the CEO of Lifeway Foods joining us to talk about the dairy industry.
Maybe they'll bring something for you to eat. Always
drink.
hungry. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. 60 minutes away from the closing bell on this Monday, October 21st. Carol Master along with Tim Stenivek. We're live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're on YouTube. We're on Bloomberg Radio. And we are on Bloomberg Originals. Where should we begin?
Did you know that the U.S. stock market, the S&P 500, is up more than 22% so far this year?
I did. I actually got a statement from my 401k. And so, yeah, it's been doing just fine.
You're okay?
I think I'm
All right,
okay.
the question
Are
is,
you
what
okay? I'm okay.
What do the next 10 years look like?
Exactly, which is something we are obsessed with here at Bloomberg. It's among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. We're going to talk to our John authors about this.
You know what, Carol?
What?
I just want to say congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, do you know why?
Because I've been here for a long time?
No, because you are number 23 on the Bloomberg News quiz.
I know.
For last 2 weeks.
And I should have actually gotten another one. The one that I got wrong, I should have gotten right.
That's 23. Wait a second. Are you really 23? Yeah, you are. Your rank is 23.
For those
199. You got a score of 199. Globally,
probably lower there.
Yeah, it's okay.
Can I just tell you, for
well.
people who are listening and watching, the Bloomberg quiz comes out Thursday, like around late afternoon, I think after the close. We're obsessed with it. It's 10 questions.
Yeah, 10 questions. It's all about speed and precision.
Yeah, it's getting it right, but you got to do it fast. And you can get all 10 right and do it slowly, and you're not going to do so well. But anyway, we're all like, how'd you do? And then there's some people who don't do well.
You hide your name if you don't do well. Yes.
John authors is chiming in, and then they're all of a sudden anonymous. You should hear the conversations of people like, I didn't do so well. Should I go anonymous on this one? It's unbelievable.
If I'm not like top 30, I'm going anonymous. That's how it goes.
That's my approach too.
In good company with John authors.
There's masculine pride or something at stake there. But, yeah.
John's going to join us in just a moment, though, to talk about one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. This, what the S&P, some concerns about S&P 500 the next decade, what might come or not come. So we're going to get into that. We're also going to talk a little bit of Disney.
All that more over the next hour. And
we're showing how the sausage is made at Bloomberg.
Yeah, this is it. You got to get a terminal in order to take that news quiz.
It's the most read stories, but it's the Bloomberg quiz on Thursdays.
It really is. All that and more over the next 2 hours. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much indeed. We got 58 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all lower. Let's begin with the Russell 2000. That index is trading lower now by 1.5%. We've got NASDAQ down by 0.1%. Lower, little change there. S&P putting it all in context for us today, down by 0.4%, down 22 points, while the Dow is down 376, a decline of 0.9%. Bottom line here, stocks taking a breather after notching their biggest weekly rally this year. Traders gearing up for a key earnings report this week, a number of reports actually from Boeing, Tesla, and UPS. 10-year 4.17%, the 2-year 4.02%, gold down $6 the ounce, down 0.2%, and a rally for West Texas Intermediate crude up 2%, $70.60 for a barrel of WTI. Just about 2 weeks to go until the November election. Neela Richardson is chief economist at ADP, and on surveillance earlier today, she told us there is a lot of hesitation ahead of the vote.
There is a hesitancy, I think, in terms of making a move. And you see that typically in election years, but this one, since it's so close to call, I think there is a hesitancy for employers and for consumers, but also it's the Federal Reserve. There's a hesitancy there. People are waiting to make big decisions, and we'll see that in the durable goods, these expensive big-ticket items that you might have to get a loan for or put on your credit card. People are hesitating to see where interest rates are going to go.
Neela Richardson of ADP. Disney has named James Gorman chairman of the board, says it will appoint a new CEO in early 2026. That's a topic we'll be looking at a little later on right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Disney now down 1.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to start with Disney because the company named James Gorman chair of the board and said it will appoint a new CEO in in early 2026. For more, we're joined by Geetha Ranganathan, a Bloomberg Intelligence Technology and a Media Analyst. She joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton. Geetha, we wanted to talk to you because of what James Gorman said in his statement. Quote, "A critical priority before us is to appoint a new CEO, which we now expect to announce in early 2026. We all know what happened last time Bob Iger left, and that's why Bob Iger is back. Does this give you any indication as to who will be CEO and what their priorities will be?"
Well, Tim, no indication yet as to who would be the CEO. I mean, of course, the one thing that it definitely does address is that succession planning continues to be the number one priority, both for investors and obviously for the company alike. So that's good news. They obviously have a very, very capable executive now running the whole process, James Gorman, who himself kind of orchestrated this really smooth transition, in his own role to Ted Pick. So obviously you have a very capable individual, but the Disney's experience with succession planning really has been so botched, and it's just been so messy. It's been dragging out so long. I mean, it's the perfect business case example of what not to do. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, we do have, many internal candidates, but they have said that they're going to look both internally and externally. So I think anybody and everybody is fair game at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable when I feel like it was, kind of Game of Thrones, if I'm being extreme, between Tom Staggs
That's on
and Jay
HBO,
Rizzullo.
Carol. That's not on Disney.
No, but they were like grooming to, right? And they switched their jobs, and like it just seems so logical, and they were planning. Can I ask you something? Why is it taking so long to find a successor? And this isn't meant to diss Bob Iger coming back, but why did he come back?
I mean, he came back because obviously of that whole botched succession that he kind of engineered with Bob Chapek. I mean, one thing that we do have to remember is, yes, as much as we criticize Bob Iger for, all of these failed succession attempts, you do have to remember that running Disney is really, really difficult. Running Disney is very much like running a country, right? You have very, very different, disparate divisions here. But the parks as its whole is just its whole animal on its own. Then, of course, you have the TV networks, you have studios, now you have a streaming product. So there are so many different elements to this, and it's really very hard to kind of find one executive who can handle it all. So right now they have all the four section chiefs. You have the ESPN chief, Jimmy Pitaro, you have Dana Walden and Alan Bergman from the TV and the studio side, and then, of course, you have Josh D'Amaro, who runs the parks. The word is that the front runners among the internal candidates are Dana Walden from the creative perspective and Josh D'Amaro from the parks perspective, just obviously because that's such a critical element of the whole business.
Right.
But what they found with, putting a parks person in charge was that all of the creative relationships were completely destroyed. And we ran into a really rough patch on the studio side because of all those missteps from Bob Chapek. They are right now, thanks to, Bob Iger kind of being back at the helm, kind of fixing that one film at a time, but it has been a long and painful process. And so it's going to be really interesting because whom they name as successor is kind of going to be really important in dictating, I think, the future strategy of the company. Is it going to be, is it going to continue to be parks, or is it going to be more a Hollywood type of person, with that kind of creative element there?
Well, and we all
Mickey Mouse to do it.
actually, excuse me, maybe Minnie Mouse should do
Minnie
it.
Minnie can do it too. Yeah.
All I know is the creative, and you know this well, that they have been so good at taking creative and then spreading around kind of the Disney universe and making money off of it. So we shall see. Geetha, thank you so much. Always. Geetha Ranganathan, she's technology and media analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence out there at BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey.
Okay, from what's going to happen at Disney over the next decade to what's going to happen with U.S. stocks over the next decade, because the most read story on the Bloomberg terminal today is about how strategists at Goldman Sachs say the decade of big gains for the S&P 500 is over.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. The S&P 500 expected to post an annualized nominal total return of just 3% over the next 10 years, according to an analysis by strategists, including David Kostin, well known. We talk about him a lot here at Bloomberg. He comes on our air too. That compares with about 13% in the last decade and a long-term average of 11%. So to explain exactly how that could play out is John Authers, Bloomberg Markets senior editor, a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion, and he joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Hi. John, hi. How do you make sense of a story like this?
Well, to some extent, without too much difficulty, to be honest, because what David is using is a methodology that's been around for quite a long time, which is that you take a look at valuations on a cyclical basis. So this is most widely associated with Bob Shiller, who he cited in his piece. Bob Shiller of Yale has a Nobel Prize, which is the idea that when you pay a multiple for stock, that multiple will reflect where people think we are in the cycle. PEs will be higher when things are bad and people expect them to get better, and they'll be lower when things are good and you expect them to get worse. If you take a multiple of the last 10 years, it turns out to be a really fantastic indicator of where we're going over the next 10 years. It's useless for timing. The fun I had writing this up this morning was that David Costin only 2 weeks ago came out with a note raising his forecast for the end of this year and for 12 months hence. And does that involve some cognitive dissonance? Yes, but valuation tells you nothing about what's happening in the short term. It's a bad mistake to use valuation as a timing tool, because an irrationally expensive market can always get even more irrationally expensive before it turns. Over 10 years, the physics of markets are very difficult to subvert. It's reasonable to expect the next decade to be a poor one.
It's reasonable to expect the next decade to be a
poor one.
Poor one. I feel like I've read stories like this, though, sort of 5 years ago, 4 years ago, calling for this. And, what you end up happening in the short term is unprecedented events, interest rate movements that people thought they wouldn't see, and the rise of something like NVIDIA.
Okay, yes. You can never know what happens in the future. You need to have a baseline estimate of what is plausible. Over history, there is no factor that determines the long-term investment more than the price you paid for it when you bought it, by a country mile. Over the long term, the very long term, stock markets move in line with the economy. They absolutely don't day to day or even year to year.
But longer term.
Over 50 years, you can't tell the difference between, or you can barely tell the difference between the stock market line and the GDP line. Yes, things can happen. One of the things that's quite interesting, Shiller has this measure where you take the CAPE yield, which is the equivalent of the inverse of the CAPE, like the inverse of the PE, and you compare it to the 10-year yield. And generally speaking, that has turned out to be a fantastic indicator that the higher the yield on stocks compared to bonds, the better stocks do over the next 10 years. What is interesting is that measure has actually been wrong for the last 3 or 4 years, more than it's been since the 19th century.
Is that because? Go ahead.
I would bet. Well, I don't think there's really much room for argument. It's the COVID stimulus was just such an enormous, anomalous event that it moved things out. If you look at the CAPE, normally once it gets to a really big high, it just zooms down. It looks like a cathedral spire. That's what happened in 29. That's what happened in 2000. Its peak at the end of 21, as the post-COVID bubble was peaking, was actually higher than in 29. It goes down, and then purely circumstantial evidence, the month after ChatGPT comes out, it bounces straight back up again. It's almost back to where it was at the end of 21. There is no precedent for that. It's morally obvious that's ChatGPT. Is ChatGPT and what it represents enough to absolutely change? There have been some pretty exciting technological developments since 1880, which is when stock market history starts to be really well documented, since the CAPE has been calculated. None of them has propelled the stock markets to really significant gains. None of them are able to give you a really good return when you've bought it as expensively as you would have done just before ChatGPT.
Well, it does feel like we're at that moment, right, John, where we are almost 2 years in of everybody investing like crazy and buying the AI trade, right? And kind of believing in it. And now we're starting to say, well, wait a minute, like, is it going to really, or how is it going to pay off? Where are we going to see it pay off? And does we start to see a scale back?
I'm not sure you see much of that showing up in share prices just yet. So.
No, I know, but I agree with you, but the conversation around it a little bit has, and certainly I feel like on the chip side, we've seen some volatility back and forth. Well, even NVIDIA has been smacked around.
The different companies, it's not like it's a bottomless supply. It's not like providing water. You do actually need to make a chip, and that's quite a complicated thing to do. Yes, I would agree with that. That you do see some beginning of a reassessment of exactly how useful it's going to be. Personally, I find ChatGPT less and less useful. I'd almost rather.
You mean you're not writing your columns off of ChatGPT?
No. I would. You wish. But I mean, I would rather check Wikipedia. And if I had a choice between Wikipedia, X, and ChatGPT to just check facts quickly, I think ChatGPT would come in third. It's really not trustworthy.
Okay, this is a good segue because I want to spend the last 2 minutes talking about something that you've been tweeting quite a bit about. Prediction markets. How'd you know?
Well done.
I wanted to throw that to you.
I'm getting about 10 times as much feedback on prediction markets, which are about 1/1,000,000th the scale of the other markets I write about. So anyway, carry on. Yeah.
What do you make of what's happening on Predicted, Polymarket, and the like?
We have about a minute or so. So just so
my best guess, I'm sure that the odds generally, there are good reasons why you would think the odds on Trump winning have improved somewhat. For those who haven't been following it, the prediction markets are now putting Trump's chances at considerably better, in some cases, than 60%. They moved there very quickly. That isn't what Nate Silver and the other people looking at the polls would tell you. They'd say Trump has now got his nose ahead, but it's more like 51 or 52. My opinion, and who knows, but my opinion is that the market that can most easily be pushed by really big money, which is Polymarket, is the one that has moved most emphatically towards Trump. Predicted, which is a much less liquid market, which has the disadvantage that prices can't move that quickly, has a maximum stake of $850. So it's for political science students to argue with each other and hassle out what they think is going to happen in a sort of monetized form. And they're allowed to trade by the CFTC because the amounts involved are so small and there is a public good in getting a good prediction. As I pointed out, a lot of very odd anomalies on Polymarket, and our friends at the Wall Street Journal have had a story on Friday that there seems to have been $30 million dropped.
We did the story because we've been a little obsessed.
That is, it's possible somebody out there who is very, very rich really wants to take money on those odds. At the moment, if you bet on Camilla on Polymarket, you stand to make something like 170%, so that sounds generous to me.
Thank you so much. Covered a lot of ground. John Authors, Bloomberg Market Senior Editor, columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. U.S. stocks trading mixed. We got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. NASDAQ is higher right now, but both the Dow and the S&P, they are in the red. S&P down 16, drop there of 0.3%. The Dow down 337, down 0.8%. But NASDAQ up 13, up by about 0.1%. Small cap shares moving lower. The Russell 2000 index is slumping now by 1.5%. 10-year now at 4.17%, with the 2-year 4.02%. Gold lower, little change now, down 0.1%. 27.17 the ounce, and a rally for West Texas Intermediate crude 70.59 a barrel. WTI up now by 2%. Goldman Sachs strategists, including David Kostin, say stocks are unlikely to sustain their above-average performance of the past decade as investors turn to other assets, including bonds, for better returns. But at Sanctuary Securities, Chief Investment Strategist Marianne Bartles has a different view.
Basically, my entire career, which spans 40 years, I pretty much have heard that the next decade was not going to be as good